like, here's this couch I think you should buy at Nebraska Furniture Mart. Here's how it would look in your house. I don't know if anyone's used those AI models for image generation. It's getting scary how good they are. I mean, you could start using it in paid work now. I mean, but it's unethical, but you could. Any?
I'm sorry. Outside of ChatGPT, or if we're predominantly or only using ChatGPT, what would be your suggestion for the next AI model to begin to learn, practice on?
So you're asking, like, ChatGPT is the industry standard. What would I suggest as like something to keep an eye on?
Something that, well, I guess that's twofold now that you mentioned that. Something to keep an eye on for investing in, then something to keep an eye on for learning to use.
Yeah, I think in general, that's something I was going to talk about, and I really didn't. I think part of the whole thing about what I just spoke about, of like having those soft skills and trying to perfect those soft skills or getting better at some of those things, is you also need to be embracing this technology. Because if someone's not embracing this technology, I guarantee you the other person looking for a job, or I guarantee you the other person that's in competition with you, is using it, and that's like they have a but using AI, you're going to get beat. Can't really invest in any of these softwares right now. It's all the tech oligarch bros that, like, it's all private investment, right? You can't invest in any of this stuff. But in my opinion, whether you use Perplexity or whether you use, hopefully not Grok if you're doing something for business, but find one. I do pay $20 a month for ChatGPT, and like it does access and some other things, and integrate it in another piece of software. But I think if your question's leading on to like what other tools do I like, so one thing that I swear by is like whiteboarding software. So if anyone's used any kind of whiteboarding software, basically how it works, like FigJam or Miro or something like that, you've got a big infinite whiteboard, and you can just brainstorm. You can do collaboration with clients, collaboration with your team. For me and my ADHD brain, it really makes it easy for me to get things out of my head and have them make sense, either through like a visual format of an ever-expanding canvas, or from like being able to do like mind maps and like kind of get the stuff out of my head. But I love whiteboarding software. That's one of the last things I would give up besides probably AI in my like workflow stack. Yeah, I think I'm at my time, but if anyone else has any questions or something, I'll be chilling here for a little bit. Love to talk to anyone. I like helping people, especially people that are just starting. You know what I mean? All right, well, thanks, guys.
All right. All right. Thank you guys for those questions. Let me get my camera out of here. I don't want my camera to die. Any creatives dealt with that? Trying to take a photo and your camera's dead? All right. So we got our next speaker coming up. Also, another good advisor of ours, actually runs an advisory. We'll bring him up. I'll let him do his own introduction. Actually, first, wasn't it? I had just graduated from Omaha Code, and I was just thinking about work. It was like getting ready to start my first job as a web developer, and message or something. And he's like, "Oh, we got our first client," And I'm just looking at this text like, how did we get our first client already?
So part of me, being open to even looking for a business partner was because of Julian.
Okay.
Just a little known fact there. Because I was trying to do everything myself when I was freelancing. He was like, why don't you think about maybe, finding a partner? I was like, oh, never even thought about that.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, we'll bring him up to the stage right now. Come on up, Mr. Julian Young, founder, visionary of Julian Young Business Advisors. Come on up. You can stay down there. We'll get you a wireless mic, but don't be spitting on nobody with them strong words. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Okay, I'll hand it.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. You guys hear me okay? Yeah? All right. Well, how's everybody doing? Good? You guys learning a lot? Conferences and summits, we have a lot of those. A lot of those go on. I don't know. There's a bunch of new ones now. I haven't been to a lot of them, but there's always opportunity to learn, right? I do think, however, that what Teddy and Dion are doing with this kind of event, this is pretty unique, right? This is new. This is something I have not seen before. And so getting the invitation to come speak, of course, Teddy is my brother, but a lot of people don't know that initially when they meet us. And I don't know why we don't tell people that. I think we just like to let the merit of our work kind of speak for itself. But I was excited to get the invitation to do this because I thought, man, this is creative. Now, Teddy didn't really ask me to speak here. He kind of told me that I was going to speak here. So just so you guys know, I meet regularly with Teddy and Dion, and they come down to the office 2 or 3 times a month. We discuss business strategy, and we've been doing that for years, like they said, which is probably one of the reasons they are successful, right? It's consistency. And so, yeah, a couple months ago or so, or however long ago it was, they both kind of came in and told me about the Parlor Awards. And Teddy said, hey, you're speaking. And I was like, I am? Okay. And initially I was trying to explain to him, I haven't really done as much speaking stuff. So I've been growing my team, and I've got a great senior vice president, Manuel McGee, who kind of been doing a lot of that stuff and connecting, being more of a face of the brand and things of that nature. It's one of the things I'll talk about today, because I think my topic is business secrets? I don't know if these are secrets, but I'll share what I know. But when you start trying to scale, that's what you got to kind of figure out how to do. And so I was trying to give Teddy a reason why I possibly maybe couldn't be a speaker. And he's kind of looked at me like a big brother, right? Teddy's my older brother. Just like, what are you talking about? You're speaking. So I'll get into my topic here. Chardell sent me quite a few things, which I appreciate. Where's Dion at? Is he still in here? I'm just going to go through some of this. Is that okay? I'm going to just kind of pick and go between this or that. Now, before I start, I want to ask a question. And if you guys don't have an answer, you don't have to force one. But, which this is weird because people usually do this after they speak. I want to ask you before I start, does someone have a question? Is there something about business? It's like a burning question that you're trying to get answered, or something that you want to know, or something that is valuable to you in terms of developing and growing a business. Let me ask this first. How many business owners do we have in here? From the front to the back, raise your hand. Okay. So if you're a business owner, there's got to be a question somewhere. So does anybody have anything particularly when you start looking at business and you say, hey man, I'm still trying to figure this out? I'm going to give you guys a little bit of time to think about that, okay? Because I can see your brains turning. So think about that and process that. I'm going to start here with some of the things Chardell sent me, and I'm going to kind of jump to the middle of it. I apologize. I don't have a slide. I'm not a slide presentation guy anymore. The reason for that is simple. I don't follow them. All right. So I've had graphic designers spend hours on the most elaborate presentations. And the last kind of speaking engagement I had, I was speaking at Creighton University to a bunch of their business students, and I got off stage and I asked my wife, I was like, how'd I do? She was like, man, you didn't get past your first slide. So I was like, oh man. So I'd rather just kind of share from the heart with you guys with some of these pieces. But one of the things that I found here that was interesting is, and here I'll kind of give you kind of something to walk away here if you're a note taker. I'm gonna talk to you guys about the long game. So just kind of write that down if you want to. That's kind of my idea when we start talking about business secrets. I think the first thing that you better make sure that you have, your attitude, your mindset, is that you're playing the long game. If you're playing the short game as an entrepreneur, if that's your idea, if you just want to be seen, be cool, or take a few pictures and make it look like you're doing something on social media, this is not the game for you. So this is a long game thing, all right? All right. So one of the questions here, Dion sent me, when did you know you were an entrepreneur? Well, that's easy. That's an easy one. I realized I was an entrepreneur when I was very young because I was not good at following anybody's instructions. So if you're here and you're still in that phase of trying to figure, I knew, let me tell you something right now. The way that I knew I was an entrepreneur is because I did not want to do what everybody was telling me to do. And that has some pros and some cons, but when you get older, sort of understand your entrepreneurial DNA, you start to realize, man, you know, I've been an entrepreneur my whole life. Now, that's interesting because at Julian Young Advisors, and I'll get into some history and how we kind of grew our business over the years, because we've had a couple of rebrands throughout the process, again, which is something that businesses go through. It's a part of the business development process. You'll change, you'll evolve, you'll grow. It's okay. That's just part of the process. But our team, we tend to draw entrepreneurial minds because we have an entrepreneurial culture. My wife and I are the co-founders. We're entrepreneurs, you know? And so having that, what I'm trying to say is that sword cuts both ways, because when you're entrepreneurial, you draw entrepreneurial people. And guess what? Entrepreneurial people don't like doing what you tell them either. So when you're trying to grow a business and you're entrepreneurial, one of the challenges is, all right, how do we move from this startup entrepreneur culture to an established, more, I don't want to say but it's more of a compliance culture. That's the right word, compliance culture. So where we've been in our company, we've been here for quite some time and don't anticipate that we won't have many more seasons like this, is when you try to establish a compliance culture, but you're also an entrepreneurial organization. Now every business may not have this problem, but we just happen to be by trade business advisors. So again, we attract entrepreneurial minded people. So I knew I was an entrepreneur because I didn't really like doing what people told me to do. But that is also interesting because as we started building our businesses, we noticed we draw the same thing. So that's something you might want to think about. So that's for me, that's how I knew. Now, your story might be different, but I struggled. I made it through about 2 years of college. We'll say maybe 3. What was it? Did I make it 2.5? Maybe I made it 2. Let's just say 3. How about that? 3 sounds better. I made it about 3 years, which is not impressive, but I promise y'all I tried really hard. I just want y'all to know that. I want you to know that I really tried. But it just wasn't the environment for me. I was itching to put my entrepreneurial prowess into action. So maybe you would think about that. Maybe the question for you wouldn't be, how did you know you were an entrepreneur? But maybe it starts with why you're doing this in the first place. Why you're doing it. Because when we start talking about the long game, your reason for doing something plays a big part. It plays a big part. A lot of dark nights when you are an entrepreneur. It's a lot of dark nights. I was joking with Chardell, I was joking with Dion earlier before my session, and he comes over to me and I said, I asked Teddy the same question. How's it going? Oh, it's going good. It's going good. It's going good. And we started discussing that, and I said, "What's year one, right? Year one. This is the first year. It's year one." So then we kind of laughed, and I said, why do entrepreneurs, why do we do this to ourselves? First of all, and let me say this, if you are not called to entrepreneurship, but to me, you got to be called. To me, it's like, it's got to be something God calls you to. And I'm going to tell you why. Because why on earth would you put yourself through this? Okay. To get that has got to be the only reason why you would do it. So we kind of laughed, but it was kind of a twisted little kind of sinister laugh because I said, entrepreneurs, we know once you've done something successful, you know how darn painful it is to do it. But yet and still, you start something else. So we're talking about this being year one. And well, my response to him was, it's year one. It's year one. I hope Ted and Dion have not coaxed himself into believing that this isn't another startup, because guess what? It is. And all the rules apply. All the rules apply. So maybe a better question for you to think about is, whatever you're doing or whatever you're getting ready to do, really, really, really digging down there. We have something we call a 5 why process. We coach all entrepreneurs with this. All of them. Every single entrepreneur, we try to walk them through this process. We try to get them to tell us why they're doing what they're doing, but we try to get them to answer that question 5 times. So it would be like me and you sitting down in a session, and I say, what's your name? Lily. And I say, Lily, okay, let's craft a really great vision statement for your company. All right. And I want to know why you're doing what you're doing. And you give me a great answer. That's good. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back at you. I'm not going to accept the first reason you give me. I'm going to come back at you until we get to the 5th why. Somewhere down there in the 4th or 5th or 6th why, that's really, truly what's motivating you. I got to just pause for a second, and I'll get back to this, but I'm going to give you an example of that. I worked with a business owner some time ago, had one of the most innovative ideas that I have ever seen. Can I just stop for a moment and say, when I'm getting close to my time, let me know, because I'll take off here. But this was a great business owner, a great concept, great idea. And we went through some whys. Not sure how far we got. But as we got through going through the process, the idea they had was so innovative, and we worked on it for maybe 4 or 5, 6 months. And they come into the office one day and they're shaking their head. They're like, I'm done. Yeah, this isn't going to work. I'm not going to do this. I was like, well, just put 6 months of your life and time, energy into this. Why would you not want to continue doing it? What are you talking about? Something happened, and I just read in the paper, and I just read something, and now mind you, I've gotten this person to the point to where we got 2 funders. They've pitched for 2 funders that are looking at possibly wanting to fund this concept. I mean, we're getting there. I mean, we're really, really getting there. And so I said, what happened? What's the problem? What's the issue? And they said, I just read in the paper that somebody else is doing this idea too. She was distraught. She broke down. She cried. And she said, I wanted to be the first person to do it. I was like, well, that doesn't matter. It's okay. You don't have to be the first one to do it. Just do it better or do something different. Here is the moral of the story. That was her why. I didn't know that. Did you just catch that? Okay. So even though we went through that exercise, her why was actually to be the first one to do this. Is that a strong why? No, absolutely not. This is what I mean when I say you want to even look at that. Even if you've been in business for how long, always go over that. Always look at that. Always think about that. The long game, being the long, that's first of all, I've asked people 1,000 times, why do you want to be an entrepreneur? What's the purpose of being an entrepreneur? Why do you want to be in business? And I hear a lot of answers. People say, because I want to be my own boss. Okay, great. They say, well, I want to have more free time. That's funny. I want to make a lot of money. All these reasons. Okay. First and foremost, and then I might get asked, well, what's your reason? Well, the first purpose for me for being in business, the first goal is to stay in business. Okay. It's to stay in business. I want to be in business. I want to stay. Now, here's my point. From that standpoint, I'm thinking long game. I'm thinking about all the things now that I might necessarily see the tangible fruit for and how that may come about, but I'm thinking about it now. When we start thinking about why I'm doing something, that's long game stuff. Because there's no applause for that. And I'm one of the OG entrepreneur startup guys when it comes to Omaha startup community, because I've seen a lot of different phases of it, and I've seen a lot of great ideas go, and I've seen a lot of people come and go. I mean that. I've seen this over the last 15 plus years. And for me, what my goal always was to hustle, to love the grind, right? You got to love the grind. If you don't love the grind, again, this ain't for you. But one of my things was always to make it, to be consistent, to make it, and to go long term. So I'm getting my, they're letting me know it's time for me to wrap up. So the point that I'm trying to make is, if you're going to establish yourself, you got to play the long game. In order to do that, you got to think about those things now that the things that you're doing that nobody else sees, those things. That's what gets you there. When you start thinking about why, I would challenge you to try this, any of you, just to take this with you. Maybe go home tonight, maybe think about this, why I'm doing what I'm doing. And try to ask yourself that 5 times. See if you can get to 5. If you can't get there, that's okay. But try to get down there. And you always should be renewing that every year. You see a lot of entrepreneurs, successful business owners, they do dream boards, they do vision boards. They do a lot of that stuff. Why? You want to revisit that why every single year. But my thoughts for you, business development secrets, I got really one secret is to play the long game. So if you're in it, if you're going to be in it to win it, play the long game. If you're not seeing the results you want, stay with it. If it's not working the way you want, stay with it. But just remember, entrepreneurship, it's not a quick thing. You know what I'm saying? Growing a business takes time, and you got to play the long game. So if I was to leave you with anything, think about that. Why are you doing what you're doing? But build for the future. Build for the future. And always play the long game. All right, that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on. Man, wasn't that good? Did y'all learn something? All right, we run a little bit behind, so we're going to go right into the next speaker. So, if you're expanding your reach or building a global brand is on your mind, pay attention to this next one. Jared Hall has built relationships and brands across borders. Please welcome Jared Hall for Business Passport, the mindset to build a global brand.
Hey, how y'all doing today? I'm doing good. First of all, I'm Jared Hall. I am a native of North Omaha, born and raised. I think I probably lived outside of Omaha twice in my life. Once was California, and then in Belize, where I studied abroad. And that's probably what started my desire to travel. And so with that being said, 3 a.m. Luxury was developed out of what I feel is necessity, but also the idea of creativity and the mindset of believing in yourself. So a little backstory real quick. I was like most of us in and out of trouble young. And I found myself in Douglas County at 21. And it was packed. And so they told me, you got a chance to go home, but you got to do house arrest for 6 months. And I'm like, all right, I'll take that. So I took it. But at the time, I wasn't occupying my mind. I wasn't reading books. I was kicked out of college at that time. And it was a book that I read called Law of Attraction, Attracting Happiness, Health, and Wealth. And because I could step on the porch, I couldn't even step in the grass or the ankle monitor go off. So I spent most of my time inside the house reading that book. And over that 6 months, I read that book 3 different times from cover to cover. And what stuck out to me the most was it was saying that there's nothing in this book that you don't already know. We was already born with everything that was in the book, but it was just going to teach us how to reapply it to our life now. And two of the biggest lessons was stop telling the same old story, which means, we go through our ups and downs in life, but we tend to talk about what we used to do or what it was like. And so it was saying to talk about what you want. And the other part of that book was believing in what you trying to accomplish, speak it, but also when you speak it with conviction. So that's the book that for me changed my life. And the reason why I say it is because 3 a.m., a lot of people think it got something to do with the time, but it has nothing at all to do with the time. What it is a 3 means, well, what the 3 represents is your third eye, which means to be a free thinker and a creator. The 8 represents the angle in which you see your reality. The M is comprised of 2 pyramids. The first pyramid represents mental elevation. The second pyramid represents manifestation. So when it's tied together, what that means is to believe in yourself, trust your visions, challenge the best version of you to inspire growth and manifest the life you so ever desire. With that being said, part of my mission with 3 a.m. is not just fashion, but it's to provoke a thought in the mind of people across the world to simply believe in yourself. Because one of the things that we are not taught, well, we are taught it, but it's not really embedded in us and instilled in us to believe in yourself. So that's the meaning of 3 a.m. and that's where 3 a.m. come from. How I got started, I was in college, a late bloomer. I graduated December of 2020. I was also working at Range Rover and BMW of Omaha. So I was already around what I thought was luxury. And I found it interesting that the BMWs did not have real leather. It was synthetic leather. In order for you to get real leather, you had to order that. The Mini Coopers, which is about at that time was like a $30,000, $40,000 price point, those have the same leather that the Rolls Royces come with automatically. And of course, Range Rover has leather. So when I used to sell these cars, I would talk to these customers about, the leather that was in these cars and things like that, the options. So for me, when I did get into fashion, I knew what kind of leather I wanted. I did all the studying from top grain to full grain to calf skin, lamb skin, all of that. And one thing that struck me was a lot of the bigger brands, the Louis Vuittons, the Gucci's, they went away from leather. So majority of the product that's accessible to most people is monogram canvas. But they still do have leather, but that's when you start talking about $20,000, $30,000 and up. And like Hermes, they got a leather bag, but that's $200,000. I felt luxury didn't have to be that expensive. And I was willing to take the risk of finding that out. What was it true or was I thinking wrong? And one of my biggest things was being an American-made brand. So while a lot of people go out and search outside the country, yes, it is more expensive to do business within America. But when I do go abroad, there's nobody else saying the same thing that I'm saying. So that's a niche for me because I've met other designers of handbags and leather accessories. However, they are in Europe or they in Pakistan, somewhere over there. When I say America, they say America make bags like that. Yeah. So going abroad for me, it was a no-brainer because, like I say, when I was in Belize and I was studying public administration over in Belize, I didn't want to leave, honestly. And the reason was people looked like me. I wasn't used to that. It was nature. It was no fast food restaurants. So when you went to a restaurant, it was almost like going to your grandma's house and eating. You had to wait and you smelled the food. 30 minutes later, you like, we ready? Nope, you gotta wait. And I like that. But then I started thinking to myself, what am I gonna do after college? I only got into the car industry to pay for college because my scholarships was gone. I got kicked out. And I knew I did not want to continue to be in the car industry because it is a brutal business and it's dog eat dog basically. So after graduating college, COVID came. I was gonna take a job in California. That went away, and I took a trip to Arizona. And I'm carrying a duffel bag that was gifted to me after graduation. And I bought some souvenirs, and the souvenirs was in a plastic bag. I already had my duffel bag jam packed. I went to zip that bag, and the teeth in the zipper broke. And I'm thinking to myself, like, damn, I got the receipt. I see how much they spent, but if you're spending this much money in a bag, you would think it would, be able to handle some wear and tear. That's ultimately what drove me to say, you know what? I'm tired of spending my money with other people. And I called, and I was trying to see if I can ship it back to them if they can fix it. And they just kind of talked to me as if I was like, I guess, an unintelligent individual. And so that pissed me off. And I was like, I got to figure out how I can begin to make things. And I don't care if I sell it or not. I just want to make it and not carry it. So I'm not continuously spending my money with people that's not valuing my dollar. And when it came to the handbags and leather accessories, for me, it was about, I looked around Omaha and I was like, man, I see we got brands and I see these brands, developing. But if I'm gonna step into the fashion world, I know how I am. I'm a tunnel vision type of individual. I stopped thinking about everything else, and that's my main focus. So I was like, from that point, if I do it, I got to figure out a way to go worldwide because for some odd reason, us Americans love everything foreign. So if I can trick the mind and have people think that this is a foreign brand, then they'll purchase. So I was leveraging Instagram and I was using hashtags. I was posting videos. I was posting pictures. I was in anybody inbox from man to woman and trying to see if they could model for me. Some people said no. Some people said yeah. I did my first fashion show in Kansas City at the Hy-Vee Arena, which was it was a good show, but it was also a disaster for me because it was a athletic meets fashion type of show. And everybody else there had athletic apparel, and I was the only one who had handbags and leather accessories, and I got models walking down in suits and dresses. And so it was kind of strange. And I learned a lesson that I had to start, really educate myself on catwalks and runways. While leveraging Instagram, I was using hashtags like Paris and Europe and Asia and America and all these different countries. And I started getting inboxes from different people in different countries, Africa, South America, Italy, Japan, Rome, all these different places. But it was one inbox that stood out to me, and it was a lady from Paris. And she sent me her autobiography, and I read it before I contacted her back. And her story was remarkable to me because she was a little 16-year-old black girl out of Mobile, Alabama, who got herself emancipated at 16 and found her way over to Paris. She went to the schools in Paris and London, and I decided to reply to her, and I did. And it was 2022. And she was telling me about Paris and Dubai and Monaco and Italy and red carpet walks. I'm like, I ain't even on that level yet. Well, turns out I took a chance and I bet on myself, and I packed what I could, and I took a flight from Omaha to JFK, from JFK to Dubai. When I landed in Dubai, it was like the next day because the time is, they like 8 hours ahead of us. And when I got there, I'm calling, texting, no response. And it came about 1 a.m. and I get a call, hey, darling, I'm in your lobby, darling. I'm like, damn. I go down there and she with this big black dude. I'm like, oh man, they might be trying to get me. And she started telling me, okay, tomorrow we got model fitting, then we got the dinner party, then you're gonna be in a panel speaking, and then you're gonna talk to the press, and then you're gonna do the photo shoot with Vogue, and then this and then that. I'm like, what? I think I'm just here for a fashion show. So the next day I get prepared. We do everything she said we was gonna do. Then it's the fashion show. I was super nervous because I'm looking at these other designers and they got these beautiful dresses and these bespoke suits and all this. And I'm like, man, this totally different from LA Fashion Week and Kansas City Fashion Week. I ended up doing the show. I was received very well, which led me to being in other magazines like Harper's Bazaar and Elle and Live Official. One of the things that I will say when it comes to like going abroad, every country I went, I didn't speak the language. When I went to Italy for the first time, I actually booked the wrong flight. So I ended up in Amsterdam, and I was supposed to be in Genevieve. And even when I'm in the airport, I'm trying to, understand the language and asking people, how do I get here? How do I get here? I ended up just walking outside and jumping on a bus and found my way to the train station. And then I made it to Genevieve. And then 4 days later, I had to be over in the south of France. Unbeknown to me, I was on the train and I thought I paid for a ticket, but I didn't. And it was a guy on there who spoke very little English, and he had helped me get 2 hours away from Genevieve to Ventimiglia. That's when I started thinking about life and start thinking about the brand, start thinking about family and everything. Because when I made it to the border of Italy and France, I got stopped by the police. And they had asked me, like, where you from? But they wasn't saying it in a language I understood. So for me, I was sitting there, like, trying to read their facial expression and read their mouth to see what they was actually saying. Well, they was asking for my passport. I gave them my passport, and from there, they looked and seen American. And they kind of panicked a little bit. And it was like, they brought somebody who spoke English, and they was like, hey, we're going to escort you over to the border. And we're going to call a ride for you for where you need to go. And I was like, okay, cool, I'm safe now. I had a meeting with a boutique in France, in the south of France. And I didn't know this person didn't speak English. They didn't know I didn't speak French. French. And we just kind of got partnered up a little bit. So when it came to business, I thought it'd be easy. I done sold cars, thousands of cars to people all across America, and even done business with people overseas already. So I was accustomed to kind of doing business overseas a little bit. But one thing I had noticed was their style of business is different from ours. And so some of the things I thought would be easy was difficult for me. And some of the things I thought would be difficult was easy. And then I, had to get into like tax law and I went through a situation in Paris where I partnered with another boutique out there that sold my product. And once I left Paris, I received a text message from this guy. He was asking me, could I duplicate my brand for him? And I made it, and I didn't respond. I made a phone call to somebody else in Paris that I met, which was, he did international securities, which at first I thought was like, oh, this dude can invest in me. But no, he securities, like bodyguard type work. So I called him and told him to go to the store and make sure my product was still in that store. And if it was, to remove it out of that store. What I found out in France is you have to first go to the courts, and the courts have to write a cease and desist letter that has to be delivered by 2 people. And it also has to be, proof have to be given that the product is in the store. So when the guy went to the store, my product was no longer in the windows and on the shelves. It was actually in the back. So the only proof I had was what I took, the pictures and videos that I had while I was there. From there, I would have to spend 500 euros to actually go to court if I wasn't able to get my products. So everything business-wise, international, hasn't been good. Some of it has been bad. I went through trials and tribulations, different situations. And I was able to recover my product, and then that person was kicked out of France, because if you do anything, I guess, criminal in France, and you're not from that country, they automatically remove you from that country. And I didn't know that. And so it made me start digging deeper into business, even like Dubai. Dubai is much different than France. Dubai is different than America. I'm in a store in Dubai at the Dubai Design District. And while there's no taxes in Dubai, for the citizens and for if you go visit Dubai, but there is business tax in Dubai, and it's much different because I had to pay that up front, not when I sold the product. So if I never sold a product in Dubai, I was already at risk of taking a loss. And so online wise, doing international business becomes a little bit difficult because we don't think about how much it costs to ship products. I have some bags here. I should have brought some of them up, but for example, a pyramid bag was being shipped out to Mexico last month. And when I got back from Paris, that same product it cost me to ship in America, maybe like $50 at max, was $200 just to ship it. And so I had to make a conscious decision. Am I going to charge this customer $200 additional on $12.95, or am I going to take a hit and pay for the shipping? Because this was not something that was, thank you. This was not something that was discussed prior. And so the bag that actually is supposed to be shipped is right here, the pyramid bag. And so she decided that she's coming to America and she wanna meet me to hand her the bag, which I thought was pretty cool, which I'm gonna do that. I don't want to just talk about what I'm doing, who I am. Like, I would appreciate if y'all ask questions that y'all may have that I may be able to answer for y'all. But at the same time, business-wise, to just kind of expound on what Julian was saying, for me, entrepreneurship is it's almost like being defiant in a way, because you don't get sick time, you don't get paid leave, there is no insurance, there is no guarantee that you're gonna make money this month. There's none of that. And so you have to be willing to sacrifice everything it is, relationships. You may get behind on bills. And I'm not big on throwing numbers out, but it took me leaving the car industry where I was making north of $175,000 a year. And I wasn't working full time like everybody else was, because I was in school at the same time. And I had told the dealership, if I can become number one while going to school and working here, and I'm only working 3.5 days, when I graduate, if I stay, y'all should let me keep my same schedule, which I accomplished that. But when I left the car industry, I took all the money I had and invested into the brand. And so when I started looking at trip expenses, food on these expenses, clothes on these expenses, getting your hair done, the Ubers and the Lyfts and the Kareems to get to these different places, flights, I start panicking a little bit, like, man, like, if this don't pay off, I got this college degree, I got work experience, but at the same time, I'm leaving the working world to do my own thing, which some of these other companies don't recognize. When you become an entrepreneur, they don't see that as being you develop this skill, that skill, because it's not a big corporation. So it's taking the risk, it's being defiant. But I'm gonna tell y'all something that I was trying to, when I go talk to at the university, I talk to these younger men and women. I try to tell them that, hey, listen, I never went to school because I was looking for a job. I'm the first one to graduate from college in my family, and so I felt I had to do something different. But at the same time, I was the one that was least expected to graduate from college in my family because of what I was involved in when I was young. While I was in college, I was studying business administration, supply chain logistics, and industrial purchasing with a minor in project management. I did not choose supply chain logistics, but what I found interesting about it was there was a company in China in 2017 that had 60,000 employees, but they were, in 2017, they got rid of 4,500 employees the first year, and they planned on increasing that year after year after year. And it was because of like AI, the Internet of Things, autonomous learning, autonomous bots, and blockchain. And so that was another pivotal moment for me, because I started seeing the car industry change. which a lot of y'all probably don't know, but y'all go purchase a car from a dealership, what tends to happen is y'all start getting phone calls after year 1 and year 2. There's a system that when you buy a car, your name, your address automatically go into the system, and it's kind of like an invisible gate. When you make your payments on time, when you go to the dealership and have your car serviced, all of that is being the records are being kept, and there's a percentage from 0 to 100 that says once you get to about 79%, this person is ready to buy another car. But they can also see if you got a kid that's 16 now and they about to get their first car, or got into an accident, whatever it is, what they do is they can tell when somebody in your house is looking at a car. So you get a call, hey, how you doing? This is Jerry with Honest Automotive. Hey, I was just giving you a call. How's the car treating you? Good? Perfect. Hey, I got a deal I want to talk to you about. You got the 2025 BMW. However, the 2026 BMW is coming out, and I can get you that same vehicle for a lower price with more amenities. And so you thinking like this is a good deal. Sometimes it is, but I say that to say, when it came to like AI and all that kind of stuff, I was already immersed in it, but I didn't know it. But when I got that degree and I was studying supply chain logistics and industrial purchasing, I knew that at some point my position was going to change in a dealership. But I started looking at other positions in other companies, thinking if I went here, how long would I have this job? So for me, having my own business was something that was important to me, because I felt that one day I'm going to be pushed out, not by a human being, but by something I couldn't control and something I couldn't really fight against. And so I'm not just a fashion guy. I am fashion, but I'm also an individual that thinks about life in the simplest terms. And creativity is one of the simplest terms of me, because being creative is not just having a brand. Being creative, I was involved in music. It's not just music. It's not just art. Being creative is being able to not only provide for yourself, your family, but provide for a community. And so overall, that is my goal, is to be able to provide for my community, for Omaha. Whether that's through education, whether that's through workshops, whether that's through one day I build a 3 a.m. store here, and I have people that work there, but also I can teach people how to design. I can teach people how to do business overseas. I can teach people when you are dealing with manufacturers, what are you looking for? Because you become everything. I'm the designer. I'm the finance guy. I'm the administrator. I'm the salesperson. I'm the quality control person. I'm everything. I've since been able to move out of some of those roles, but it's tough and it's hard, because even as an entrepreneur, we don't want to give up control. And we think we're giving up control when somebody else is stepping in and somebody else is now taking over, marketing or advertisement. But we got to do those type of things in order to succeed, because it's not just a one individual type of race that we playing, are we running. But do anybody got any questions?
Thank you. So one, I really appreciate you being here. I was not familiar with you, but I have seen your brand before from a friend. So I'm really excited to get a chance to hear your story. So one of my questions that I do have, and I'm in the car industry, funny enough, since you spent a lot of time talking about the car industry. But my question is actually in fashion. One of my absolute favorite books is Dapper Dan, Made in Harlem. And so what I wonder is, based on his perspective versus your perspective, we know why then there are not Black-owned luxury clothing lines. Now that you've been out, to see the world, to experience it for yourself with your luggage, what's the reason today that we don't have Black-owned luxury lines, and what would it take to get there?
That's a good question. I'm familiar with Dapper Dan too. He one of the people I studied. If I had to say why I think we don't have Black-owned luxury brands, that's a two-part answer for me. One of the things is I think that we ourselves get stuck in this mindset or idea of urban streetwear or urban this, urban that. And I don't like to put those titles on anything that I do. To be honest with you, I don't even like to put the title Black on to anything I do, because I like pink, blue, and green, to be honest with you. And I think what tends to happen is when we single ourselves out in that type of fashion, when we do have great products and we do have great ideas, people tend to come in and begin to, in a way, be what you call it, conquerors. And they begin to take and pillage and steal from your ideas. And then you get offered, money that you may have never thought that you would be offered. And a lot of people sell. What a lot of people don't know is Louis Vuitton actually owns majority of everything that we operate in our life today. Cars, clothes, food, a lot. Alcohol. When in 1989, when Louis Vuitton linked up with Moet Hennessy, they became a conglomerate. So a lot of the brands you see, whether it's Fendi, they own 49% of that. Moet Hennessy, they own that. Bugatti, they own that. These different brands, Marc Jacobs, they own all these brands. And so what tends to happen is, I think personally, is that again, when you do have a brilliant idea and you're not protecting that idea, you're not consulting with attorneys, you're not dealing with the United States to get your patents, and then after the United States, you're not patenting things in different countries. I've been blessed to not have to go through learning a lesson of somebody stealing one of my ideas or stealing my brand or logo. I did get things patented, but I think a lot of it is just not education enough, or not being educated enough to know when, these things can happen and how they will happen. And it's not anything that's done in a malicious manner. It's really, it's like sweet music in your ear, and it sounds very good. And I've been blessed to say that in every single country I've been in, as far as fashion is concerned, I have seen Black designers from across the world. And I've seen some that are still in existence, and I've seen some that has been offered and they sold. And again, I go back to saying that I really, really think that some of it is our mindset, thinking that we don't belong. And we find that a lot in our society for whatever reason. And I don't want to get into politics or anything like that, but it's like, way back in the day when they say, "Oh, that boy is sharp," and then the mom like, "No, he ain't," and that's to not have him be taken away into the house. And that's something that's been, I think personally, my opinion is that's been transcended through history, and it still exists today, and it's just in our subconscious. And so part of it is we think we don't belong, but I can surely tell you that we belong, and is definitely more welcoming than what we would imagine it to be.
Question.
Yeah.
So, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
I've been watching you as well, man. I'm just really excited about now and the future.
Appreciate you.
Talk a little bit about what was that pivot when you decided that you needed to take that leap, with fear sometimes of the unknown as an entrepreneur and a business person. What was that exciting factor that you're like, I gotta go for it?
For one, I'm crazy. They'll tell you that. My family will tell you that. I think that there's nothing I can't accomplish, and that's seriously. But what made me ultimately take that leap, honestly, I was working in the car industry. I should have been the number one salesperson 3 times in a row. And this general manager came to me at the end of, in December, so the last month of sales, and he said, "I heard it's going to be a rat race to the finish." And I'm 21 cars ahead of the number 2 person. And I knew last year they try to make me and the person that was second tie, but you can't tie, because if we do have the same amount of numbers, as far as if I sold 100 cars, you sold 100 cars, they got to look at the money now. And so this individual that they were trying to compare me to he was negative $400,000, and I was plus over $500,000. And so when I seen that, I told myself that I had to do something, because there's not anything that I can do that's gonna save this job for me, because to me, that told me I was never going to be good enough. And so that's ultimately what made me, take the leap that I took. So, but hey, I know we got to move on. I am reachable, whether that's Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. Everything is Jared Hall. Besides Instagram, is JRail402. Business-wise, it's 3 a.m. luxury. And I am a person that if you contact me, I'm contacting you back. There is people that do send out emails from me and anything like that, but I like to talk to everybody personally. If you do purchase a product from me, personally, not through the website, you can't have your name engraved in leather. And I like to try to make everybody a part of designing. And what I mean by that is, if you got a bag that you a color you like that I haven't produced, then you can choose that interior and exterior color. You can also choose the hardware of your product, and again, have your name engraved in leather. And that's only for people that contact me personally. Otherwise, everything else will be stopped. So I appreciate y'all.
Jared Hall. Appreciate you, man. We got to do some business after this because there's a lot of overlap. Are y'all having a good time? All right. I like to hear that. We apologize. Test. Yeah, we apologize for some of the technical difficulties. This is year one. This is where it starts. Yeah. Year one. We're just getting started, y'all. We're not worried. All right. So we're going to transition to the next section. But before we do that, I want to do a little pop quiz. We'll do a free giveaway. So how many people failed their test in high school? We got a couple in the back. I was terrible at testing. It's pretty common that creatives, have a little difficulty with, test scores and stuff like that because we're more creative. So we're gonna make sure you can at least go through the process of testing here. We're gonna ask you a question or two, and it's strictly voluntary. But if you get the answer correct, you will win a prize. Who's ready to win a free prize today? Okay, nobody. I mean, I can keep it to myself now. I can take the prize. All right. So the first question is, which of these environments secretly boosts creative thinking the most? Which of these environments? Okay, option number 1, noisy coffee shops. Option number 2, or we'll just do ABC. A, noisy coffee shops. B, long showers. C, total silence. And I'll throw in a curveball. D, brightly lit offices. Which one of those do you think stimulates creative thinking the most for creative people? B, long showers. That is not incorrect. That is correct. You have won a coffee mug. Come on up and receive your prize, the Parlor Awards branded coffee cup. Good answer. Wow, you're so confident too. She's like, okay. Admittedly, I'm a 15-minute hot shower guy. Anybody who's under 10 minutes, don't even talk to me. I don't know how you can do a quick 5-minute shower. It's unacceptable. All right, we got one more for this segment, and then we're going to take a quick break. We got some other celebrities walking in, I see, so I don't want to keep them waiting. I got one laugh out there. All right, who's ready for the next prize? Okay, all right. We're warming up a little bit. It's still early. All right. So this one's about unusual habits. Which unusual habit is common among highly creative people? A, sleeping with the lights on. B, talking to themselves out loud. C, wearing the same outfit every day. Or D, eating only at odd hours. All right, y'all raised your hand at the same time, so we got to do a tiebreaker anyway. So I'll restate the question: Which unusual habit is uncommon among highly creative people? A, sleeping with the lights on. B, talking to themselves out loud. C, wearing the same outfit every day. Or D, eating only at odd hours. My man in the back. My man to the right. My right, or your right. Yeah, Doug. D, eating only at odd hours. That is incorrect. I'm sorry. That is incorrect. My man in front. What's that? B? B is talking to himself out loud. You talk to yourself out loud? I do it. I feel bad. B is correct. Give a round of applause. You won Parlor Awards coffee mug. Welcome. Congratulations. All right, we're going to take a little break, run a little bit behind schedule. We're going to take a little break and do some technical stuff, and Teddy's got a little sound bite, I think.
No, I was just gonna say, give a round of applause for all our, first session speakers. Yep. Like you said, we'll take a short break, so go out there, check out the vendors.
Be right back.
Get you some coffee. All right.
Oh, by the way, I like this music. I made this. Not the beat though. This is future. My lyrics though. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Parlor Awards 2025. We are at about the halfway mark of the conference, about a quarter of the way through the day. Let me go ahead and do a couple of quick housekeeping things as we transition back to our next segment. So first things first, thank you all for joining us today at the Parlor Awards Conference and Award Ceremony. It's a conference and it's award ceremony, which means that there's an award ceremony. All right. We got awards. We spent a lot of money on these awards. We got over 1,400 votes. So thank you all for voting. Yeah, give a round of applause. Omaha showed up and showed out for its creatives. Wow. With these 1,400 votes, as you guys may have seen in the video on social media, you cannot tell by the social media, the popularity vote, who won. All right. So you have to come to the event if you want to find out who won this, that, or the other award. But we're going to get started with our next segment here. We're doing a photography workshop. I think everybody's going to love this next one. We've got the beautiful Ruby. Is it Alvarado? Alvarado. She doesn't know I speak Spanish a little bit, so I might throw in a little bit of rudimentary Spanish while we're talking. But I think you guys are going to love this one. We got the beautiful model here. Go ahead and come forward so they can see who we're introducing. Let me get you a mic too, actually. I'm so rude. Gotta wake it up. There we go. So why don't you go ahead and just get started. Introduce yourself. How'd you get into modeling, and what kind of work do you do creatively?
So to start off, some of you may know me, may not. My name is Ruby Alvarado. I am 28 years old. Originally, I am from Houston, Texas. I came over here when I was very, very young, and I have been here ever since. I started modeling when I was very little. It all started in Texas, actually. I got entered into a little pageant. I didn't win because I ran away. I was very nervous, so I ran off stage. And then when we moved over here, I think I was about 14, 15 years old. I met Rita Rodriguez and her partner at the time as well. And they had a company called Quinceañera Magazine. So I started there, and ever since I have been doing little pageants here and there. And I do love content creating. I love taking pictures. I love making videos, creating anything that I can, whether it's just putting a video of me washing dishes or whatever, but that's usually what I do. But yeah, that is a little bit of how it got started.
And she's been a little humble here. She's also a makeup artist. All right. So if you need a makeup artist for a project, this is your girl.
I do. And I also do lash extensions as well.
Skills, just skills.
So yeah, I do a lot of bridal makeup. So if any of you guys are in need, let me know.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming in today. I am going to do my best today to take a photo of Miss Ruby. And what we're going to do is we're going to do this live. And as a result of doing it live, you're going to see the workflow that we use to edit video or edit photos, and actually videos too is very similar. But you're going to see that workflow right here live on the spot. I don't know what we're going to create. I don't know how it's going to look. We're just going to vibe and create something really, really dope. All right. So let's go ahead and get started. I am going to be shooting today with the Sony a7 IV. Has anybody ever used this camera? I see some nods out there. Okay, we got some Sony gang. Boo is crazy. How can you boo Sony? That's crazy. We're using the 24-70 f2.8. This is my go-to right here. This is like this lens has made me so much money, guys. If you guys are trying to figure out which lenses to buy For the longest time, people would always scold me and tell me to just buy prime lenses. Who knows what prime lenses are? Okay, the people. It's always the people in the back that got all the expertise on the cameras. We love to stand in the back so we can get the best shot. So prime lenses are basically fixed lenses. So if you have a 50 millimeter lens, that's like one of the most common prime lenses. This lens is a zoom lens. It's called a zoom lens because you can change the focal length of it. But I prefer zoom lenses even for photography because it's, again, a 24 to 70. So it's a 24, a 25, a 26, 27, 28. So I have a 24, I have a 35, I have a 50, I have a 70, and it's a continuous 2.8 aperture. And so I'm gonna break that down really quick, and then we're gonna take some photos. There's a thing called the exposure triangle. The exposure triangle is what generates the quality of the image that you get. It's not the lens itself, but it's the balance of that exposure triangle. And the exposure triangle is ISO, which is digital exposure compensation. So increasing or decreasing the brightness of the image digitally. Then you have your aperture, which is kind of like the iris on your eye. So it's like how wide or closed shut the lens refractor is. So how much light it's allowing in. And can anybody from the audience tell me the last one? The f-stop. F-stop. So the f-stop is actually the aperture. There's one more. There's one more. Okay. We got some photographers in the house. Hey, by the way, aperture is not wrong because he's like, hey, you didn't say it right. So my man's in the front. He didn't get it wrong. But yeah, so it is the shutter speed. I heard it in the back. So you got your shutter speed, your aperture, and your ISO. Balancing those determines how the image look. And a lot of cell phones have gotten really good at doing that calculation in real time. Computers are really good at that. All right, so I'm going to be adjusting those things on the fly. That's what's happening. If you're ever working with a photographer and they're just sitting there staring at you for like 5 minutes, that's what they're doing. They're trying to dial in those settings. And then to make it even more complicated, then we're adding flash. So we're adding a burst of light, which adds another layer of complexity. So those things will determine how this photo looks. But she's so pretty. I mean, it's going to be so easy. I could overexpose it and it's still going to look good. All right, so I'm gonna set this mic down for a second, kind of watch us work, and then we're gonna go into the computer and you're gonna watch this edit live. And she'll be a part of that. She can be like, I don't like my. Y'all know y'all do that. Especially look at the ladies over here. Yeah, I don't like how you. Yeah, y'all be critiquing us when we're trying to edit it, but we appreciate the feedback. Actually, like, the harsh feedback is better because that makes us better as photographers. So I appreciate it. All right, here we go. We can play a little bit of music. Just keep it, don't play it too loud. All right, so here we go. We're gonna do an edit here. I took this photo just in the neighborhood by my house a couple of years ago. In case you're wondering what that is. Let's see here. Oh, that's not even original. Oh, what do we got here? Look at this. Kale Walker. He's supposed to be on the panel today. He's bailing out on us. I'm putting him on the spot. No, he's sick. He's sick. We don't want anybody else getting sick, so he's not going to be able to make it. So let me just tell him. All right. All right. There we go. All right. Okay. So let's import this image. So what I like to do is just actually. Oh, you know what? Uh, we already have a photo shoot together. I'll just add it to that. That's a shameless plug, guys. All right. So we go in. We grab the images. I think once you create a folder, they don't let you just add it, right? I'm not sure. Oh yeah, they will let us. So what used to always discourage me when I started doing photos is like when you first import the clips, like it looks so bad. It looks so bad. Let me see. Let me try this again. Maybe it didn't import them. Oh yeah, it did. Well, I don't know where to put it at. Let me see here because I specified this folder. Yeah, I guess it's just uploading them. So while it's uploading, uh, another tip: always shoot raw. Okay, guys, always shoot raw. Let's look at the raw images. This is what it looks like straight off of the camera. Look at that. So it's usually this is one thing about Sony cameras is like they're like super duper dull. And that's something that you have to keep in mind that certain cameras behave a certain kind of way. I like to cut my favorite color of a camera straight off the camera is actually Canon. So what do you think of yourself straight out of the box, Ruby? So these are how some of them turned out, and this is great because I get to show you like what image editing can do. Hopefully, I don't hype it up too much and then disappoint you. Did I import some other stuff? What is going on here? What the heck? I totally did not take these pictures today. What's going on? I'm just trying to figure out because sometimes it does it in order. Let me try this second method. Hold on. Those who know this is really how editing goes. That's why I'm not even nervous. Okay, so let's take a photo here. I didn't want to show you guys no client stuff. Okay, so let's just take a photo. I'm just gonna edit a random one. What do you guys think of that one? Does that sound good right there? Okay, cool, fine. It don't matter. Oh, okay. All right. So one thing you do, obviously, in Lightroom, you can use your presets. That's obviously a thing you can do. You know, start just dropping presets on stuff as like a starting point. A lot of times, what I like to do is, and I'm a Lightroom Creative Cloud guy. I know Classic is better, and blah blah blah, blah whatever. That was supposed to trigger somebody, but that worked. So first thing I do is always make sure I have my histogram on. So if you look up in the corner here, there's like a grid. So I'm just gonna bring up the histogram. I don't want to go too far, right? Just enough to recover the detail. If you shoot raw, you can do this. If you shoot in a different setting like JPEG or something, it's compressed to the data. So now I can see just from her face, right? Like a lot of the bright areas are starting to get washed out. So I can just bring down my highlights a little bit. And then maybe I want a little bit of contrast. Sometimes people would just boost the contrast. I don't do that. What I'll do is I'll work my blacks and my shadows a little bit. So that gives it a little bit more crunch. I have more granular control. If I just start moving the contrast around, it just like does a bunch of unpredictable stuff. All right, I'm not using any presets. This is just my hand. All right, so before and after. Then we can obviously move this around. For me, this is a little warm. So there's a lot of ways to add warmth back. You can just change your color temperature. But what I like to do is do a curve. And I'm just going to add warmth in the highlight areas and then just bring it back down. You want contrast. So before, after. And then I like to just come in and just work my colors. Skin tones sit on this orange dot right here. So let me see if I can increase this a little bit. I don't know if I can find that, but this is Lightroom Creative Cloud. So skin tone is always a little red. So right now she looks good, but it's very flat. So I'm going to add a little bit of punch to her skin and then increase the saturation. So right now we're good, right? Maybe my crop is a little off. Maybe I want it more like that, but we're there. You know what I mean? Like we're in the ballpark. So now I can just get creative with it. So now, like, if I want to, push like some teals in, I really want those teals to pop. So you can see in the background that teal. So I'm making my teals pop and then increasing my saturation a little bit. All right. So cool. We're in a good spot now. It's kind of cute looking. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to export that, and we'll just, for the sake of time, I'll just put it in my downloads folder with my other trillion downloads. Let's go out. Let's go over to the downloads folder. And there's a tool I use for I like to do retouching. There's a tool I use called Portrait Pro. Okay, write that one down. Portrait Pro. This tool is great because it combines AI. And what I like to do in Portrait Pro is I like to, work the retouching as it's loading up here. I highly recommend this tool if you're trying to get rid of like skin pores and blemishes and stuff like that. You have a lot of control. So like right out of the box, it did some stuff, right? So if you look at it, she just kind of looks different, you know? So I will turn that off by just going back through and just like turning stuff off, especially like the face sculpting. And then what I like to do is work the lighting You can increase and decrease contrast and stuff like that in here. And what this is, it's using AI to help fix the lighting and stuff. Okay, I'm not going to go into it because we're on limited time. But Ruby doesn't know this. But what I like to do, and she's finding out today, is rework the lipstick and the makeup and stuff. So I'll go into this makeup tool and look at this. Like, no, your makeup color was wrong that day, so I can just change the color of her lipstick. Look at that. Look at that. What's the good? You like the red? More of a red color.
No.
Nude? We could go all the way. I can. Oh, not like
Add a
that.
little bit of.
Maybe like that. Now check this one out. Mascara. Let me zoom in so you can see what's happening here. Let's add a little mascara, huh? See that? The eyelashes. So I just gave her more eyelashes. I can add a little eyeshadow. So I didn't think she did her makeup artist eyeshadow enough. So I'm just going to add a little eyeshadow. And then maybe I want to add a little eyeliner. Okay. So before and after. All right. So then lastly, I mean, she's not blushing at all, but the cheeks are there. I mean, look at those cheekbones on that girl. Ay, 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 Kate. On the way. So let me just add a little bit of blush. Look at that. Now she's blushing a little bit. And then a little bronze to warm that up. So before and after. Before and after. Okay? And this is just, I'm doing this one-handed, guys. So if I really wanted to go in on this, I could do more. So now we export that. I always forget the export in here is so weird. Is it Command E? No. I always forget the export function on here. Let's close out. I don't want to delete the face. Email. Select. Okay. Is it? I always forget it. Sorry. Let me export this later. I want to be respectful of time. So this is kind of the baseline of what you can do in these programs. If anybody wants a more comprehensive list of tools that we use, I can let you know. Let me just go over here. This is a great segue. So this is kind of the process that I use, much more extensive, to edit the headshots for Charles Drew. All right. This is a great segue. So if we can get an internet connection here, there we go. This is the process that I use, and you can tell the difference. Sorry, Larry. I know you weren't there the day I did this photo shoot, but here are the ones that we did. Here are the ones that were done in our studio using this method. I mean, we got Kenny looking like a wise 50-year veteran. It's still hard to believe how young he is and how much he's accomplished. But this is the process that you guys can use to help create some of these images with little blemishes. Look at the detail on this one. All right. And I'm just giving you a taste. There's a lot more that goes into this. So as we wrap up here, the key takeaway is leverage the software. Don't allow yourself to be limited by the tools that you have. And one key takeaway from this workshop, as I'm going to go back to this one, the one key takeaway from this workshop is, and I believe Chris LaCroix said it earlier, it's the people that are using the software are going to be the ones with the advantage. Now you saw how quickly I was able to do that. She already looks great. We're just enhancing it a little bit, right? I could do better. We could do more, but that's a pretty great image for a one-handed, 3-minute edit. All right. So Software is the future. If you don't have great software and somebody else does, they're going to beat you out just because they're able to do the work faster. So get your hands on some good software. We can do some Q&A later, but I'm going to wrap this up. Thank you guys for being a part of this panel. Test. All right, we're getting all set up for our next panel segment with Charles Drew Health Center. Charles Drew, we kind of talked about Charles Drew early in the program, just about how many services they offer in the community. You know, Charles Drew, like I said, is a program that I use because of the sliding fee scale, especially when I was younger. It was great for me to be able to go and get services that I needed. I think some of them were $30. So if you need access to healthcare services, Charles Drew is definitely the place to be. Some quick housekeeping on Charles Drew. I want you guys to be aware that Charles Drew is also entering into some of the schools. So your kids, if you have kids in OPS, they have locations around town where you can access those services at the schools, which is kind of different from your traditional hospital. And again, that sliding fee scale is amazing. If you're struggling with your mental health, remember that Charles Drew Health Center, one of our sponsors for this event, retains several licensed behavioral health therapists, some of which you'll hear from today, who can help you start healing. Charles Drew Health Center prides itself on being a resource for behavioral health and more for the community we serve. Shout out to Charles Drew Health Center. This panel is going to be a little bit different because we tried to mix it up, guys. We tried to keep it unbiased. So, we know that people know Charles Drew is one of our sponsors today, but we brought on some other people to this panel so you get a mixed perspective, not just Charles Drew, although they are experts. We have some other people to give their perspective as well. Michael Menendez is going to be coming up. He's got a unique perspective as well with his background and expertise with therapy services and things like that. Obviously, the legend Larry Duncan walking past me here. This is exciting. Now, let me kind of set the stage here. We're going to be talking about mental health and health from the perspective of creative people. A lot of these topics that we're talking about today are things that we don't talk about a whole lot. So this is going to be a good opportunity for creatives to really feel connected and know that people deal with the same things. I'm talking about imposter syndrome. I don't know if you guys have dealt with that, but when I started switching from working at like a call center to being a web developer, I dealt with imposter syndrome. I'm this kid from the hood, who was homeless in high school, who's all of a sudden, working with these web developers that are making $100,000 a year. I felt out of place, just not going to lie. And a lot of times, creatives have a skill set that doesn't fit like a traditional track. Like, oh, you're supposed to go to school for welding or whatever. So it can be hard for us to know where we're supposed to fit. So we're going to talk about all of that today. It's going to be super dope. And then we've got some just cool people. One of the strangest things about Bear Counseling Service with Peyton Hogan is this dude. Yeah, give him a round of applause. This dude went out and started his own podcast. Like, how you gonna be a therapist and had the audacity to make super dope podcast content? So this guy has been he can talk about it, but he's been featured in all these magazines and stuff now. I feel like he's passed us up. Like and that's that, and I like that. I like that. So I'm excited to hear what he has to share. But let's go ahead. Our mics and everything ready? Are we ready to go? All right. So yeah, let's go ahead and bring this panel up today. So coming to the stage first is Larry Duncan, Michael Menendez from Charles Drew Health Center. These are going to be our panel host today. They're gonna host the panel. They've got a collection of topics that they're gonna lead and guide today. So I'm excited to hear from them. Let's give them a round of applause as they walk up. Thank you guys for being here. I'm taking some notes from the fashion as well. He got the glasses on with the okay. All right, you got the matching shoes. Wherever you want. We're creatives, like we don't have all this like assigned seating and stuff. So yeah, you feel free to do your thing. Coming next to the stage is like I say, a friend of mine, creative genius, just brilliant mind on the therapy side, keeping things real, and then just being a great content creator. Peyton Hogan, everybody. Peyton Hogan, Bear Counseling. Let's go, baby. I need to get in the gym with him. That's the only thing I need to. Yeah, I need to get in the gym. Yeah, he got a little. He got the texture on. Oh my goodness, man! I got to get in the gym. Appreciate you, man. We also have in the house a childhood friend of mine. People don't know this. We grew up in the same neighborhood. I actually didn't realize he was here until I saw them shoulders. This is a guy who's, some people will call him a street cat, but for me, he's just a real dude. He's got his eye to the street. He understands the heart and the mind of the youth in our community. Welcome to the stage, Code Z CEO, Latron Chrome Lewis. Let's go. I didn't know you was a Laker fan. Good to see you, man. Appreciate it. All right. So we've got obviously some additional seating here available. Who else do we have in a place? I don't know if we have. Yeah, Teddy's here. Oh yeah. I mean, I would be remiss not to mention our mayor, John Ewing, is in the house. Mayor Ewing. The mayor was invited not because of his illustrious contribution to the community as a leader, but have you guys been seeing the mayor has been posting content on social media? The mayor, what other city has a content creator mayor? That's pretty cool. So we want to have Mayor Ewing come up and say a few words as he shows support for the city of Omaha's creative community. Give him a huge round of applause. Oh my goodness. He was on there shooting basketball and stuff. I couldn't believe it. Thank you. I'm well.
How's everybody today? Thank you all for having me, first of all. And secondly, I'd like to have a little bit of fun with social media. I'm not sure if I'm a content creator yet or not, but we want people to know what's going on in the city. And quite honestly, how hard I'm working to make Omaha a great city for everybody in this city. And that is my commitment. That is my commitment to you. That is my commitment to every member of this community and every part of this community. I campaigned on intentional economic development in North Omaha and South Omaha, but also being an inclusive city. So for me, that means being open to all of the possibilities of Omaha, Nebraska. So celebrating creative people, celebrating people who are looking to do things that will help make Omaha what I want to do, and that is for Omaha to be a city that is fun. I hear a lot of people talking about Omaha being an affordable city, Omaha being a safe city, Omaha being a clean city. All that's great. But I want us just to have a little bit more fun too. So that's why I come. That's why I come anytime I get an opportunity to support people. Now, Raquel will probably tell you guys that I'm probably too busy, but I challenged her on that and said, you're just as busy as I am. But what we're trying to do, and that's the reason I hired her, is we're trying to do everything we can to help build this community. And we need your help to do that. So whatever it is that you do, we need you to do that. And we need you to invest in this community so we can be the most inclusive city in the United States of America. And we can be a cool city. We can be a fun city, because that's what will help us grow. That's what will help us keep people here. And so I'm just thankful to be able to share a few words with you all. Thank you for what you contribute to this city. It's valuable and it's needed. So thank you for allowing me to be here with you today.
Mayor Ewing, everybody, Mayor Ewing. Now, the interesting thing about the mayor is, and I'm not sure he knows this yet, but he was voted as a finalist on the 8 o'clock award ceremony tonight. So we want to invite you back if you're available. Okay, excellent. Yeah, there's a chance the mayor of Omaha might win one of the first inaugural Parlor Awards. Give it up for him. Give it up. Finalist.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we're going to hand it over to Larry Duncan and get this ball rolling. Do your mic? You got your mic? Okay.
Testing. Okay, I'm good. Thank you for inviting me in, and we have a short period of time, so we're just going to jump right into our topic for the day. We're going to jump right into it, and appreciate all of the panel people. And so, yeah, let's jump right into it. So we're going to start off with a question, and there is a question. So the question is not up here. The question is actually over there. And I'm going to read the question for the people over here that may not be able to see the question over there. Is there a link between the creative and mental health challenges? Do you think there is a link between creative? When I say creative, I'm talking about creative types, folks who are creative in nature, and their DNA and their personality and their sense of being about it, do they have a link with mental health challenges? As far as there being some things that they are challenged with in regards to their emotions and their mentality and their personality, and possibly some diagnosis. All right, so maybe you can read that over there. These are some thinkers and creative and artists, and some of them are artists that you may have heard of. And here are some of the things that they said. Socrates is often cited as a classical source for the idea of there being a link, by him stating the greatest blessing granted to mankind comes by the way of madness. Madness is the dark abyss from which creativity emerges. Another artist said, my fear of life is necessary to me, as is my illness. They are indistinguishable from me, and their destruction would also destroy my art. So this particular artist is actually saying some aspects of his mentality is linked with his art. And if you were to medicate his mentality, you were to remove his illness, if you was to do something to impact his illness, it would impact his art. And the last person here says, as a result of manic depressive illness, I have felt more things more deeply, had more experiences more intensely, and loved and been more loved. So that is their feeling about it. And I have one more. I'm trying to read it from this paper. I'm going to be able to see from this paper. This one is from a guy named Aristotle. He said, no great genius has ever existed without some touch of madness. That was his quote, that there is, in their estimation, some link between the two. And so my study of the subject and looking it up, first of all, I would say if we look just in general, got a whole lot of activity going on. I feel like I'm competing with a whole nother conference going on the side. So some of the things that when I looked it up, I came out with some information that says I came out with some information that says that creatives have, to some extent, elevated instances of mental health diagnosis. They have elevated statistics when it comes down to suicide. In terms of their emotions, they tend to be more sensitive emotionally. They tend to feel things more intensely and respond to things more intensely and have, and to some extent, emotional kind of connection or reaction to things more intensely, just based on the fact that they are, in fact, creatives. They tend to be more detailed oriented, things that may not make a difference to the average bear, so to speak. It's going to make a difference to them. They're going to notice it. They're going to focus on it, and they're going to see some things in it that the average bear doesn't see. Then I found another thing that was interesting in regards to the link between mental health challenges and creativity, is that to some extent they can be perfectionists. In some ways they can be perfectionists, and in some ways they procrastinate also. So I found that that's kind of it seems like, how does that really go together? You're on one hand, you're it's got to be right, but on the other hand, I'll do it tomorrow. I mean, so that was some of the things that I saw just by looking up the subject in regards to the link between mental health challenges and creativity. So that would suggest that there is, some correlation. It's very difficult to say that one thing causes another thing. No matter what you're talking about, it's very difficult to do that, because in order to do that, you got to do a whole lot of research and have a whole lot of information, and still your information can be challenged in regards to that. But in terms of thinking out the box, thinking more deeply, behavior being more intense in some ways, shapes, forms, or fashion. When you look at folks who are creative, you look at in common day sense, you think of a lot of names of artists today who experience some extreme things. Some people that I grew up with, watching on the artistic scene that comes to mind. Some of them had some very intense kind of instincts in terms of how their lives went and things that happened to them. When you throw in there addiction, and how addiction has affected the lives of particularly some of our entertainers and our singers and folks who are like that. So that's a good question. For our audience, throw it to you all, or excuse me, our panel. And what I'd like for you to do is give me an A and a B, if you would. Give us an A and B. What, from your standpoint as a creative, what are some of the positives or the highs or the treasures or the diamonds that come with being a creative? What are some of the good stuff that you would say mentally, emotionally, these are real good things that come from me being a creative or functioning in a creative space? What are some of the real good things? That's the A side. And on the B side, what are some of the challenges that come with that? What's some of the downsides that come with that? And when we get finished, we'll end it up with some ways to manage and some ways to keep some of the difficult things in check. So give me an A and a B, and then we'll end all together with some potential solutions. And so anybody can just jump right in.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and answer it because something automatically came to mind for me. And my A and B are very similar. A is I'm a go-getter. I'll go create. I have ideas all the time, just constantly going. If you saw me in my environment, you would realize how much ADHD I struggle with, undiagnosed, unmedicated. But it has also propelled me to be able to create, like they said earlier, I got my podcast, my content. I grew a business to 7 figures. Like, I've been able to do all of these different things because of that. But then on the flip side, there's times where I don't slow down. And I have to literally force myself to slow down, and it's uncomfortable to slow down. And sometimes not as much anymore. I'll push myself to a point to where I have no other choice but to slow down. And so I think when we're looking at A and B, and I think this might be similar for many other people who have a passion to create, and along the same lines of like, is mental health and creativity, like, are they intertwined? Yeah, I think a lot of my creativity came from the trauma that I've experienced in my life. Me always looking for solutions of how to get out of, or how to change the predicament of, or looking at different situations. So it was this coping skill, or this response mechanism that I started to learn early on that benefited me, but also at the same time too put me in this position where I felt like at times I couldn't stop. I can't stop. I got the weight of the world on me. I got to do it. I got to make sure I get it. I got to make sure I'm successful. And I think that's where the dark side comes in, because the truth of the matter is that we all have to rest. You have to. If you don't rest, life is going to make you rest. Life might kill you. Life might destroy your relationships. Life might destroy your job. It might destroy all of that. And so me learning that there's this delicate balance, and sometimes balance looks like imbalance. And then other times balance really does look like balance. Knowing that and being able to walk that fine line has helped me to be able to create at a higher level and be able to walk in the passions that I have.
That was good and informative. I'm best known as Chrome. So what I do is gang intervention, violence prevention work, a lot of community work and outreach. I'm an ex-gangbanger. I come from a rough lifestyle. And now I give back. I help those who are lost in the lifestyle, try to get out the lifestyle. You know, and I do a lot of different things in the community, but I find myself constantly comparing my past to my present, and it actually works out and they actually go hand in hand. For example, so selling drugs, all right? You have to use a lot of math skills, right? You got to use a lot of math skills to sell drugs. So, yeah, we go fast forward. I don't do the selling drugs and I live a positive lifestyle, and I still got to use a lot of math skills. I compare my traumas to my present day. I still go through some of the things, but just in a different way. And it also helps me when I'm working with the youth to be able to relate to them, because I automatically think, when I was that age, what was I doing? What was I going through? Where was I at mentally? And it helps me to understand them and stay relatable to these youngsters that I'm working with. So that's the creative side of things. But then if we talk about the mental health side of things, this work, it's hard. It's damaging to you. I might see some things that may crush my heart. I may, like earlier, I assisted with a situation with some young ladies who drowned in the river, Missouri River. That was real traumatic for me, because I seen bodies. When I was 5 years old, my little cousin, she drowned in the pool. I mean, in the bathtub, and I seen that. So reliving, seeing somebody floating in water, it bothered me, you know. So actually, right now, I'm sitting here thinking, because I'm trying to get a mental health therapist, and Larry Duncan is always busy. And I'm sitting there listening to Peyton, and I heard about him already before I came here, and he's been doing his thing. So I'm sitting there trying to find one, and I'm like, this dude might be kind of cool. You know what I'm saying? As he talked. So I actually, it actually always, you're always reliving it. It's always going hand in hand. And I actually use my past to fuel my present and help me do the work that I do.
As Larry said, there's so many famous people who have that outlet. They've used their past, their trauma, and their mental health issues to express themselves. It gives people a voice, whether it is through stand-up or acting or music or outreach or content creation. And with all these experiences, some people don't have the words to say what they're going through or how their past affect them. So they find these different outlets. And that's something that, as a therapist, I love to find out what people's passion is, because when they realize that they are good at something, that they can do something successfully, which is with trauma, people are really good at identifying failures. Oh, I messed up that relationship. Oh, I couldn't keep that job. Oh, I spent all my money again because I just go on these manic episodes and spend it all because it felt really fun. But the creative outlet gives people an opportunity to say what they're going through. But on the mental health aspect of it, it's not always enough to say what it is that I went through or how things are affecting me. I need to go further and see what is actually getting in my way. Am I in my own way? And a lot of the times we find, because I have a lot of creative people that come into my office. I've had public figures. I've had people who are doing some pretty big things, and it's really awesome. But they know there's something missing. And so from the clinical aspect, it's giving some science and psychology behind why my mind is like that, so that I can actually, I don't want to say fix something, because I don't think we ever fix anything, but we cope and learn how that thing affected me so I can do something differently in the future.
So tell me if you can relate to this. There are times when I feel so up to the point where in those times I get a lot of ideas. I get a lot of download of ideas, and the ideas kind of flow. I don't even know how this all fell into place. I don't know how the song came into place. I don't know how the poem came into place. I don't know how the ideas that I had, this just bang, 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 bang. I don't know how they came into place, but it just flowed together. And I wrote it down, or I made mental note. And then when I looked at it, it's 2 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock. I don't even know what time it is. And time has kind of slipped away, but I'm on a roll and I really can't stop this. I can't really, just cut this off. I got to just see it through and see it to the end. And then so at this point, it might take me to make some risks. I might have to take some risks. I might have to put some money together and buy some stuff and then actually get this whole thing off the ground in regards to whatever it is, a business idea or some type of artistic type of thing. And it may take time. It may take money. It may take my energy. It may take some sleepless nights. And for a person who has that creative flow going, for them, in some ways, that can be very powerful and that can be very, very meaningful. But in some ways also, we can describe that as what we call mania. that a person can get on a roll with some of those things, and the up actually correlate to a mental health kind of term that we call mania, especially when it comes down to not eating, not sleeping, day after day after day going by. So that can be related to mania. And then there can be a situation where the individual has some type of disappointment, something didn't go right. Or in, like when you was talking about working with young people and experiencing a loss and really getting down about it. You know, you really work with that person, you really connected with that person. And now, you know, the person committed, or they did somebody else unalive them or something like that. And just having some intense kind of feelings about it and feeling like I'm just so down that it's now whatever it is affecting me in a very deep fashion. So that can also be applied to a mental health term that we call depression. So these extremes on one way or the other can actually fit in classic mental health categories in regards to that. And so in some ways there can be a fine line between these concepts that go hand in hand with my creativity and can also get out of hand, and I, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, be suffering with my mental health because of those things. So this is a moment that we have for the audience. Is there anything that was said that triggered something for you to say, or brought something in your mind that you wanted to add to that? Or do you have any questions for anybody on the panel? We do have a certain amount of time set aside for you all. So if you want to say something, speak something, feel free to raise your hand and stand up and express yourself. Anybody? All right. So then we'll end with the audience. What type of things would you suggest would be necessary for creatives to manage themselves and to keep themselves in a healthy place? What one or two things would you suggest are real good things to keep in mind for the creative to keep themselves from going over the edge, going too far, having some type of episode? How do you manage your creativity to keep it healthy?
A word that I think has recently, over the last, I don't know, 5, maybe 10 years, that has started a trend that nobody really liked the word before, but it's a B word: boundaries. What is that? I don't know. Boundaries. I do what I want. You know what I mean? But it's actually very important, because if you don't balance things, and I'm not talking about categorizing your life from, okay, this is my time slot here and that's my time slot there, and I have to, like, you know, be super strict on this. It's understanding and mindfulness and boundaries. What are my limits? How much time do I have for this? What's my capacity? Because overdoing it, like what Peyton was talking about, we can miss out on a lot of things, important things in our lives. I don't know if you guys watched that movie Click, Adam Sandler. And he kept fast forwarding through because he wanted to try to get his work done and he wanted to become successful so that his family could be set. But what happened? Everything that was important to him, he lost because he just rushed through everything. And I don't think everybody means to do that. Nobody wants to just say, I'm skipping over these things in my life, but to manage my time, to know what I need to do. Some people, like what Larry said, don't be eating. Yeah, that's not good. Certain levels of nutrition that are lacking in our body is going to affect the way our brain functions. Certain amounts of energy that we're putting out by being too busy causes tension and stress, and then that's going to cause malfunction in my brain as well. There's a lot of things with boundaries that if you don't learn what yours need to be, because you can go on social media and there's going to be people talking about all that on YouTube and IG and TikTok, like, oh, these are my boundaries. Okay, I'm going to follow what that person does. No, find yours. Find what actually fits into your life, your family, your lifestyle, because you can't do it the way another person does it. That's impossible because you're not that person. So knowing yourself, mindfulness and boundaries, and that's a start. But everything else comes to tweaking and stuff like that. You know, like when you're creating a sound on a synthesizer, there's knobs and sliders and stuff. You're going to tweak a lot of things to get it right. And then you have that perfect sound. But it's not going to be something you just flip a switch. My boundaries are up now. No, trial and error sometimes.
Right. Boundaries is a good one. I had to set some of those. I got quite a few things that I have to do to maintain a healthy mindset. Because the work I do, it'll take a toll on me. So what I had to do, like I fell in love with the thought of or the feeling of helping people. When I first changed my life, when you live a negative lifestyle and you bring harm to people, and you know, you go through trauma as a child, and then you become a gangbanger as a teenager, and then you start to self-inflict. These is traumas, you know, and then I jump right into, hey, I'm done gangbanging, I'm changing my life. And I fell in love with how I felt to help people. So I found myself overworking, just helping, going hard. And it was more so because of the guilt of me bringing harm to other people. I felt like I owed God something, you know, so I felt like I had to keep on helping, but I didn't realize that that was also taking a toll on me because I'm doing too much, because I haven't dealt with my own traumas. I haven't dealt with seeing my homie laying there, shot in the neck, shot in the chest, dying at my knees. I haven't dealt with these things. So then what happens next? I crash out. So one of the important things for me was to get therapy. I had to. I found Larry Duncan. He did some great wonders for me when I was going to him because I needed it. I didn't know that I had all this stuff going on until I crashed out. So I think it's important to always do a self-check. As I do work, I have to think about how this may have affected me. You know, what I just seen today and what I just dealt with today, it could be anything. It could be anything like you walk into a house and the setting of the house can remind you of something that you endured, say, as a child and living in poverty. The house might remind you of that. And it still affects your mental, and you don't even know that it's subconsciously affecting you. So the biggest thing is a self-check for me, and doing what's necessary to keep my mind right, and also slowing myself down, because I often get so caught in helping everybody else that my personal life is in shambles. The world don't know when my personal life is in shambles because I keep on going until my life is so much in shambles that I'm in a rut. I'm really messed up and things is over here messed up, over here messed up, over here messed up. But that family over there is straight because I helped them, or that kid over there is straight because I helped them. But then I look over here and I got these bills and I got these hurts and I got all this stuff going on and my relationship is going crazy, and because I put too much into the work. So the boundaries was one thing that I had to do. I had to learn to say no sometimes. I had to know that I can't save everybody, because I start asking myself, who helps the helper? Who saved Superman? When really the person that needed to save me was me. I needed to slow myself down and have some boundaries.
I think hello. All right, there we go. I think both of y'all gave really good answers. Boundaries, becoming self-aware, self-checks. I'm gonna push a little bit to the opposite though with my answer, but I'm gonna tie in some things that y'all said. As a creative, and I'm gonna speak from my experience, and I think many creatives can relate to this, and I heard it in what you said. It's almost like you're called to do what it is you're doing, like you're ordained. And as a creative, it's gonna put you in positions that is gonna be completely contradictory to what everybody else is doing. It's gonna look different. So at times, it's gonna be hard to establish boundaries because you're walking in purpose and you're walking in calling. That's if you are. What I've noticed for myself is as I'm walking in purpose, I don't burn out. But, and I know everybody in here might not ascribe to this, but I'm only going to speak from my truth. Even Jesus rested. He rested. He took time away, but he went hard when he went hard. And so when I look at that example for myself, it's like, as I'm creating, I'm going to march. I'm going to work. If you're creating something, you can't half-ass what you're creating. You can't half-ass, because the result that you're going to get from that is half-ass. And so whatever it is that you're doing, just know that it is going to take energy. It's going to take energy. It's going to take endurance. It's going to take perseverance. But also, on the same note too, something that I realized for myself is that I have to rest sometimes. Like I said before, rest is necessary. You can't just keep going. I can't expect to drive to Kansas City on a half a tank of gas. And if you can, let me know what kind of car you got, because I might need to get that, because that's some great gas mileage. You always have to refuel. And so what that looks like is making sure that you have people in your life that can check you and say, yo, you going, you might need to slow down. Let's take a break here. That means tapping in with a therapist, like you said, to make sure your mental is right, or tapping in with a coach, tapping in with a mentor, making sure that you're keeping yourself grounded. I go to the gym every single day. I start my day with the gym every single day. I make sure I'm fueling myself right every single day, so that this fight that I'm fighting, this creative journey that I'm going on, I am able to sustain it and continue to go. And also at the same time too, I got my wife back there in the back. We got 5 beautiful kids, making sure that I'm still present in their life, even though I'm creating. So not neglecting those things. I think that's where that balance piece comes in. Somebody once said to me, it's not about giving 10% to the people you care about and giving 90% to the creativity. It's about giving the best 10% first, and then 90% to the rest of your passion and your purpose. And so making it a point to do that, and not giving everybody and everything in your life that matters past your creativity the last 10. So that's it.
So we can summarize and monitor 4 things: your mood, your sleeping, your eating, and what's the other one? Mood, sleeping, eating. I think those are the main ones that you want to monitor. Not too high, not too low, not skipping days, not skipping meals, not skipping out on key relationships. When all of those things are affected, no matter what you're in, that those are red flags, right? And the type of things that were mentioned, having a sense of purpose, having a connection to the divine, those are the type of things that help maintain boundaries, or things that help to maintain and having a real clear sense of what I'm doing and why I'm doing it, and having people to ground me. Thank you for listening, and give yourself a round of applause.
Hey, real quick, before I get off the stage, take out your phone, go ahead, hop on YouTube, type the CYR podcast, Parlor podcast, by the way. Type in CYR podcast. Please hit a subscribe and tune into the pod. Shameless plug. That's it.
Right on. All right. Let's give a hand for the Charles Drew panel. Was it that good? Right on. We'll just keep it rolling. We got another panel that I'm excited about. Who loves sports? They got some sports fans out there? Right on. All right. This next panel is about transition and legacy. We have some former Husker legends here. So please welcome Michael Severe and our Husker legends for Beyond the Game.
All right, welcome. Again, appreciate everybody being here. My name is Michael Severe. I'm the executive director of the Jet Award Foundation. We supply scholarships to students who are going to MCC for trades. If you decide you want to go to MCC to major in the trades, apply for the Jet Award scholarship, and you can get that, and we pay for everything. The Jet Award, the scholarship's called the Johnny Rogers Career and Technical Scholarship at MCC and also at Iowa Western, too, if you want to do that. We also give out the award for the best kickoff and punt returner in the country. I'm joined by three former Huskers that have all transitioned, of course, into the business world in different aspects. Nearest to me, Rashawn Jackson, former Husker tight end who has been in the media space for a long time and is the host of The Captain on 98.3 The Ticket. You can catch him every day. In the middle, Titus Adams, also a former Nebraska defensive lineman who is an entrepreneur who does whatever it takes to get it done. And then on the far end is Adam Carricker, who played both at Nebraska and in the NFL and hosts the Carricker Chronicles, and he's been doing this for a very long time. Matter of fact, I'm going to start with you, Adam, because I know your history the most. Even as a player, you kind of delved into the media space, your love of pro wrestling and football together. Can you talk about how you involved going from being in the league to being in the media?
Yeah, it was interesting. I got hurt in D.C. I played for the Redskins. I got hurt. I was out. Not going to lie, it was a long recovery. I got bored out of my mind other than doing rehab. And somebody asked me, they're like, do you want to do a pro wrestling show with me? And honestly, I had no desire to do a show. I was terrified of public speaking. I saw like a speech therapist K through 5th grade, and I never spoke. I was insanely quiet. I was like, no, that's a terrible idea. I don't want to do that. So the lockout happens, and we're locked out. And then my injury, kind of is going on and on forever and ever. And so I called Chuck. Chuck Carroll was his name. I was like, hey, you want to do it? And so we just started talking. It was all pro wrestling at first. After a while, we started talking a little bit of football, kind of morphed into football and pro wrestling. And now it's kind of morphed into mostly Nebraska football with a different show now. But it really started from I was bored. I was terrified. Then I decided it was fun. It was nice that I was telling the story and I didn't depend on other folks to tell the story for me, which I kind of like that. And at the end of the day, I just thought it was kind of fun. I started to do more research. I'm like, hey, there's things you can do when I'm done playing with this. And it just kind of morphed into what I'm doing now.
VJ, I know going back and looking at some of the interviews from when you guys were playing, you were one of the people the media interviewed because you always had a good sound bite. You were obviously a captain there at the University of Nebraska. How did you go from doing what you were doing in athletics to getting into the media space?
I think once I got done with football, went back, got my degree, I was still a Nebraska football fan. And I knew some people in the media space as far as 1620 The Zone, Kevin Kugler, and give me another guy's name because he is
John Bishop.
No, before that, Kevin
and Bob.
Kevin and Bob. Yep. So how I started, I would come on for about an hour on their show on Wednesday, and started to get a following. And before you know it, it morphed into the former Husker pregame show. And so for 4 years, I did that for 1620 The Zone.
Titus, you mentioned to me earlier, people ask you what you do, you say whatever it takes. Kind of walk through your process of going from being, a heck of a defensive lineman at Nebraska, having some time in the NFL, and then having to figure out what you're going to do next.
I think where I kind of want to, even before I talk about that, Adam Carricker might be my motivation. Seriously, because when we was at Nebraska together, like you said, you really didn't talk that much, but then I said he has his own
podcasts and shows was not just me and other people who make me, believe that maybe I can, do that as well. And then, you have big bro here, VJ, he, always been personable and been out there and doing things and telling me that I should get into that. So just now backpedaling, just me, my life, after college and then pros is kind of tough. I get into a lot of things and try to do a lot of things, entrepreneurship. And when I do say whatever it takes, because I do have my family out there, I have to do whatever it takes to support my family. But then just like earlier with the mental health, the people was talking about, you have to be intentional, because when people ask me, in my mind, they probably can speak on it as well. What do you do? It's kind of a trigger, because I could say nothing as great as the NFL. You see what I'm saying? So my whole life I always wanted to be in the NFL. So then the next thing is, what are you doing? And so it's kind of tough. So in my life, my journey, it felt like I'm always searching for the next big thing. So it seemed like, I'm staying busy. You got real estate, selling snowballs, you know what I mean? Just doing so many different things, restaurants, investing. So with me, I think this media, and then like they said, content creators be great, because I do a lot. And so it's just, I know like even the answer was a lot, but just seeing these guys, like I said, give them their flowers, they really motivate me to get into that space.
Adam, even in the short time since you left the NFL and did all this, media has really changed. Instantaneous stuff on Twitter. You can go and be live like that. Right after the game, you can record stuff like you do. Can you talk about the evolution of the way the business has gone, even in the short time you've been in it?
Oh man, this is my 11th year of doing it. Well, I was making $0 for the first 2 years. So business has obviously gone up because it's not zero anymore. Yeah. But for me, honestly, Pelini got fired and I went on a rant, and that's really what started it, and it kind of morphed from there into a thing where, all right, is this really what I want to do? Is this really what I want to do full time? And then you start to realize, hey, what it takes to write an article versus to do a video versus, hey, can you just sit there and talk? Can you bring some entertainment value? Is that something you want to do? Is it easier to write an article? I hated writing articles because I can send 5 different people a text and they can all read it 5 different ways in their mind. That little voice in our head might have 5 different tones. And so with the article, I spent 90% of the frickin' article on the tone, and I just wanted to talk about the substance. And so what I realized is if I got a mic in my hand, you can see my face, you can hear my tone, my tone, and then I can actually talk about and focus on what I want to focus about. And then that morphs into, you can do things on YouTube, you can do things on X and Facebook. And then if you can partner with quality brands and things of that nature, like good quality businesses, you can start to build things organically in a way that people are going to put their trust in.
VJ, one of the things I think is interesting about your crew that came along at the time under Tom Osborne, I always heard Dr. Tom was like, don't look at the media, don't read the newspaper, don't listen to those things. How does that affect you now as a person that's saying all those things about the players? Does it affect the way you do your job?
No, not at all. I think, honesty for me is the best policy, and I like to speak the facts. And so when we're talking about football's on tape, and the eye in the sky don't lie. So everything that these football players are doing these days, we can see. And if it doesn't match up to a 60-3 record and 3 national championships, then you got to start to kind of point those things out and what they can do different. I want to speak a little bit about to these 2 guys, and without giving up my age, when I left in 1997, my love for Nebraska football didn't stop. I love this guy. I love this guy. And these guys are defensive guys. Unfortunately, I don't know why I like defensive guys.
Brothers. We're still brothers.
I know we're brothers, but probably because we fought. That's probably why. But I think for me, something when you love something, it makes it easy to talk about. So, when I left after 5 years and then came back to radio about 5 years ago, me and Adam, quiet as kept in the Pelini time when he got fired, we were ranting together. We're just talking. Yep. And then he started his deal. And then a little bit later on, I said, well, I just did it for fun. And then I got a phone call. And then it turned into a career. It turned into some making real money, doing what I love to do, and that's talk.
So I need to do a rant.
You need to find somebody to rant about.
You need to rant.
Damn you, Matt Rule.
You need to rant.
Hey, what you doing?
You got a lot of rants. You defensive guys, how many tackles they've been missing? You guys got a lot of reds.
Let's talk about the offensive line, Rashawn.
No,
You want to chat about
we
that
just
now?
beat UCLA. What are you talking about? We had a back
The defense
go
wasn't out
over
there for that?
200 yards.
Special teams?
He looked great.
Offensive guys, man. Me, guys.
35, 28-7 going into. See, here we go. This is what we do.
Yeah.
28-7, third quarter. I thought we were going to dominate the game, but that's a different story.
I mean, sometimes things happen.
Why'd you bring that up?
I'm just simply saying.
Go ahead, Michael.
I was simply saying if it's 28-7, somebody gave up 21.
Let me go with Titus. Now, you're a member of one of the better mafias in town, the Creighton Prep Mafia. You guys run it. Everybody knows you. So your name is out there as a high school player. You go play at Nebraska. Your name follows you. You start looking at doing businesses. To get in the door, maybe you can use your name, but can you talk about going from just using your name to get in the door to actually doing the job, creating the product you're creating?
So that's when we first got back. That was the thing. I linked on Creighton Prep a lot, and we actually did start off. Well, we did start off with the snowballs, and then we had the Array Group where we bought real estate. Mm-hmm. But the big thing, even with my hat, I helped push my wife as well. She construction, woman-owned, minority-owned, and she took off with that. So I turned into a support role where my name did work, so I can get in there to talk to people. But I always said, if you like me, you'll love her and what she's doing, and that's where it's kind of been with the construction. So it's kind of been backing, Miranda with what she has been going on, then kind of me stepping back, and then doing the construction, the real estate, been more so my thing.
Yeah. Construction's interesting. Women in construction at the turn of the century, talking about 2000, there were only about 1.5% of women in construction. Now it's almost 10%. The growth of women in construction has been amazing. I was just at an event too long ago called Women in Construction over at MCC, and the growth has been incredible. Adam, let's talk a little bit about sometimes people will come at you, obviously, from what you're saying or what you're talking about. Can you talk about handling that, especially in the social media space? Because that's something that some people do very well and others not so well. How do you handle it?
It's part of the gig. When I was a player, you got to keep in mind, when I was playing, this was like 50, Vershawn's about 50 years older than we are. But when Titus and I were playing together, that's kind of when the Facebook, remember it was the yep. Facebook, then they dropped went to Facebook. MySpace was not there very long, but then X started or Twitter started, then it turned into X over time, as we know. Man, if somebody sent me a negative, like social, come out, I was young, I wasn't used to any sort of it. And then I get married, my wife laughed at me. She thought it was hilarious. And then she put something on. Business. Story short, I decided if somebody says that they love me and they're a fan of mine, awesome, but I know it can switch quicker than a hiccup. Because if somebody, that same person, it just did happen, you're a bad game. And I'm just like, there's not much validity to that either. So my point is, I transitioned that from a player into the media space. Like, it doesn't matter what you say. Some people are going to love it. Some people are going to hate it. So I have always fallen back on, I love Nebraska football. I root for Nebraska football. I don't hide that. But what's best for Nebraska football is you have to be truthful and honest. And I try to present that with facts and numbers, because some of those are arguable, but then I try to give my opinion on top of it the best I can. No matter what happens, people are going to love it. People are going to hate it. There's going to be people in the middle. Honestly, the biggest reactions I get are the people down at the university. Those are the people who will give you the most volatile type reaction one way or the other. Folks online, hey, I kind of expect it and anticipate it. What I actually had to get used to in the past few years was the folks down at the university. Yeah. And now I'm just kind of like, I got to deal with you too. Unfortunately, sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's not. But again, I'm trying to talk Husker football, which I love. Part of that is being honest, whether I enjoy the honesty. Sometimes honesty is great. When the defense goes out and stops the comeback from UCLA, when the offense completely falls apart after building a lead, that's fun to talk. Now, that didn't happen. We're having fun here. But sometimes it's a lot of fun. Sometimes it's more challenging. There's times I've looked at my wife and I'm like, after a rough game, what am I supposed to say? I'm not going to speak negative things about the place I love, but I can't sit here and talk about a bunch of wonderful things if there isn't wonderful things to talk about. So I fall back on the truth, and then I just recognize, hey, I'm going to let the truth fall where it may, because people are going to react however they're going to react.
I don't necessarily get in the middle of the whole offense-defense thing, but I will tell you currently Nebraska's defense is ranked almost exactly where they were last year, and the offense went from 86 to 37. So offense doing something right this year.
Is that still lower than the defense, though?
No.
For the third year in a row?
Defense is 46. 46, 45th
okay.
last year. And
All
the
right.
special teams is number 2 in the country, and it was 86 last year. So that's the one that's really making a difference. BJ, talk about that. You're going to say things occasionally because they do listen. How's that reaction been?
You know, it never really hurts me because I think if they're not talking about you, you might not be doing it right. So, because I'm a champ, it's kind of hard for me to sugarcoat stuff and say, turn a blind eye to negative situations or what we deem as fixable problems. But let me go back. 97, my senior year, it was kind of different. We stopped doing interviews with the media. All of us, a lot of us. And that really intrigued me.
That's because Damon left in 96.
Oh, you might be right about that. You might be right. You see, you threw me off. But to make a long story short, you know, my love for wanting to speak about football and other things too stem from us not wanting to go and speak to the media because there were some things back then we had no YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, none of that stuff. So now it was, what did you say to me, Mike? You got to write it down. And if he wrote it down differently than what I said, I had a problem with that. So I wanted to change the narrative now that I'm back in the media and make sure that we point out the big things.
So can I hop on that? That's what kind of drove me nuts. There was a few times where not only was I terrified to speak, but I was not a fan of the media because I was misquoted and partially quoted, and all of a sudden those things were in headlines. And I'm like, wait, if you use what I actually said, it's not as interesting. So it created a distrust of the media, which is not entirely fair. No matter what job you go into, there's going to be wonderful people, and then there's going to be pains in the butts. So for the most part, media folks are great, but it kind of distorted my view. And so I had to get to know, honestly, guys like Michael and some of the other guys I've gotten to know. And what really turned my view of the media positive was in DC. When I started to do that show in DC, I was like, wait, these guys are just huge sports fans. Them are just really good. I've got to learn that the misquoted and partially quoted me for headline and clickbait, but that's kind of what I enjoy. I don't need somebody else to tell my story anymore. I can just say it the way I want to say it. And so to piggyback off for Sean, that's one thing I like now too.
Okay, so Mike sitting here made me realize something. Sometimes we do say things and it does hit the powers that be differently. And it will affect you, especially if the powers that be say something, do something that I don't have control over what Mike says on my show. Mike's a man, as long as he doesn't cuss and do things, the FCA, whatever. But what he says, he's good to say. But I shouldn't be held accountable for what you say.
No, shouldn't.
Even though it's my show. So that's the one thing that I don't like. If I'm interviewing Adam and I'm asking Adam and Adam. If I'm asking the Adams, you know what I mean, who's the best offensive lineman you went against at Nebraska, their answer could go left, right? Because you might remember the guy that was kicking you in the teeth when you were a freshman. So who was that guy?
Oh, for me, it was Richie. I got my revenge, but go ahead.
Oh, good.
Richie kicked everybody.
He beat you up too?
We didn't say beat up now. No. Hold on now. We didn't say beat up. Two different things.
We both know that Richie was beating people up back then. So that's
it usually was not actually in practice. It was back in the
No, Mike, hold on a second. No.
Those were his last days when that happened.
To these guys, he was kicking ass in practice. Okay.
Not mine.
Maybe not yours, but you know Richie was fighting.
Okay, I was going to say, you do know the one time we did
Not
tussle,
you,
what happened?
guys.
We got to be specific now.
Guys,
so you're going to get in trouble with what you're saying right here.
I'm not scared.
One of the things I wanted to talk about from Titus, because when you were on the podcast, I asked you about what it took for you when you knew it was over, that transition initially. How hard was it for you to give up on something? Now, give up's a bad word. To stop doing something you had dreamed of doing your whole life.
Ooh, one more time on it.
In terms of leaving the NFL
Right.
after trying to have a career, when you finally realized that's it, how difficult was that for you to say, okay, it's over, I need to move on to something else?
I think that's what I said. It's tough. I think I'm still actually dealing with it. You know what I mean? Like I said, my whole life I dreamed of playing in the NFL, and like I said, what's as good as that? You know, things like that. But the transition was, what else am I good at? What else can I do? You know what I mean? You know, I know what type of person I am, a good person. But so in NFL, I don't know if anybody else left, like you don't really get to leave on your own terms. So I still was a young man. I was 29, and I felt like I still had so much left in it to where I really didn't prepare myself like people told me to win for the life after football. And that's what I think I try to do with the kids too. I don't want them to think that they can't make it to the NFL, but at the same time, while they're there, they have to think of, you know, that next life. Because like I said, I was 28 years old, and there's a whole bunch of life after that. So that's why I said I try to, you know, you got to wake up intentional and tell yourself you're going to have a great day, because what can I do that can match that same type of feeling or that same type of, what's that? I don't want to say audience, or that love, or, you know, that you get.
Fulfillment?
Yeah, fulfillment. Because if somebody be like, hey, that's Titus Adams, and they'd be like, oh, cool. He played in the NFL. You know, people would do that. Oh, how you doing, buddy? Okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
sure.
so you get a lot of that. So what else can you do, or what else is there to kind of get to that pinnacle?
Can I ask them a question?
Yeah, go
Because it kind of goes to what you guys saying. Because both of you guys got drafted, right? I didn't. Yeah, I was a free agent. But when he asked that question to me, for you guys that actually got drafted and, you know, you was in the thick of the NFL, when you're in real world now, are you as competitive in the real world as you were when you're in the NFL?
Well, you know they are. He just a little while ago, you were showing him a picture of a box jump. He immediately goes, not as high as I jump. All you guys stay competitive.
No. What I said
Your
was
whole life.
Careful of the hard boxes.
And
I
then you
missed
said-
and blew up my leg. I said, but
I
I
love
missed
you,
it on a
Mike.
higher box. That's what I
Yes,
said.
because all you guys are competitive, whether it's Uno or whatever else.
Well,
I've played,
well,
I've
I'm
been
saying,
around. guys.
right? Are you competitive in business?
I am, and I
Right?
think that goes to the question what you asking. For me, when I go into something, it kind of takes me a while to get it going, because I want to be the best.
Yeah.
I only get that one time to do it. I show my face, but like, that wasn't good enough. I want to be the best in everything I do. So you say the business wise. So sometimes I think I may procrastinate a little bit to get it right, because I want to be the best. I want, you know, whatever I do, I want to be the best.
Adam, one of the things I want to talk to you about, and I just listened to an interview. You remember Magnum TA talking about wrestling? Do you know Magnum? A little bit before your time. Magnum TA was a great wrestler who got in a car accident and it ended his wrestling career. He was getting ready to be the NWA heavyweight champion, got in a car accident, ended. And he was talking about how he still thinks back. And it's not that he has regrets, but the fact that it was an injury that ended it. And he his own turn. Obviously, it didn't end the way you wanted to. Can you talk about how you dealt with that as a man?
Oh, man. Yeah, I've had 10 major surgeries, 6 on this knee, 2 on the ankle, 1 on each shoulder. And, you know, I signed a new contract with the Skins, second game of the year. I've taken on double teams. There's been times I've been hit by 3 guys at once when they missed a blocking assignment or whatever. And I just come off the ball, barely even touch the guard, pop right on the top of my knee, tore the quad tendon. I still remember Dr. Annunziata, the Redskins team doctor. Oh, there's no big deal. We'll fix it. You'll be back good as new in 5 months. A month into rehab, it's called the CPM machine. You put your leg in it. It's supposed to move your leg because your leg gets stiff. So you can get this. I couldn't do this. You have to have the range of motion back. All of a sudden, I get a gigantic pain. I'm in my house at night, and I'm like, I don't know what just happened. I didn't feel anything. It just started throbbing. So I call Larry Hess, the team trainer. He's like, come in early. It's an off day. We'll get an MRI done. I tore it again inside the CPM machine, doing what they had me doing. And so then Dr. Annunziata goes, this is uncharted territory as far as tearing it twice in less than a month. He goes, I don't know how long this is going to take. Much longer story short, I ended up having 6 surgeries because scar tissue grew and then a freaking bone grew and then it got affected at one point and just led to surgery after surgery. I was still determined to come back. I had to learn to be appropriately competitive, to answer your question, because I was competitive in everything. And it got to the point where my wife's very competitive. We couldn't play a game of Uno without ending up in a fight. And so I had to learn when it was appropriate and when not to be appropriate. And this was another lesson I had to learn. I was so determined to be the first person to ever come back after 6 major surgeries. Like, I was not going to be stopped. We moved down to Orlando, Gulf Breeze, right next to Pensacola, the Andrews Institute and all that. And I was well on my way to doing it. Something else happened that was the infection. That was kind of the final straw, because the Redskins were going to give me another chance, or at least that's what they said. And then it just kind of never happened. I spent the next 2 years. Like, I have the phone numbers to so many, they were at the time head coaches and GMs in the NFL. Your mind would be blown because I tracked them all down. My agent said, you're not going to be very profitable for me anymore, and just kind of disappeared. So I took on the role. I got a new agent. He did some things. And I just kind of took on the role myself. And for 2 years, I was obsessed. Like, I would be up to 1, 2 in the morning working out. I'd be up to 1, 2 in the morning doing rehab. I was like John Harbaugh. Love that dude. He was going to bring me in for a tryout. It was Ozzie Newsome that got on the phone and said no, the GM at the time. So, like, I was determined to come back. And to say I became obsessed would be an understatement. My wife is as supportive a wife as you can possibly have. But just think about a husband who's obsessed day and night, 24/7, 365 and a quarter for 2 straight years and won't let it go. And at a certain point, I could start to see her not disengaging, but just like, all right, Adam, like, we've got kids now. And it's not that I wasn't being a dad, but I wasn't being the dad I should be. I wasn't being the husband I should be. And I could just see her start to, like my dad always said, if you're fighting with your wife, it's not the worst thing in the world. It means she still cares. Half the fun of fighting is making up. I could start to see there were less fights and just more her walking away. Just like, I don't want to say numb, but getting there. And I had to look in the mirror. And I had to be like, all right, what's appropriately competitive in this situation? For me to keep going down this road, which is clearly not going to happen. Like, the agent I had that I hired, David Cantor, he texted John Elway, the GM of the Broncos, about me. And Elway just simply texted back, nah. That was it. And I was like, oh, that's not even a, how's he? Okay. Nah, that's terrible. So anyways, I officially retired at 31. And it was actually easier for me when I did it. But the 2 years prior was not great. But I had exhausted everything. And there was literally nothing I could do to get back in. And it was at that moment that allowed me to move on. But the process to getting there was a process that's very forgettable for me.
Was it money or love of the game? Or both?
It was love of the game. It was honestly like, I'm going to do something that's never been done before. Like, I like to do things to be unique. Like, if you do, it's at least a little bit different. Like, that's what I like to do. And for me, I was like, man, I want to go out on my own terms. I didn't like somebody else telling me I was done. I didn't like that. But I wanted to do it, and I wanted to come back, and I wanted to play. I'm just uber competitive. Like, when I tell you it was bad, and I had to learn to be appropriately competitive, and I had to learn priorities in life.
Yeah, at least you wasn't Domino's. Anybody have any questions for the guys up here? If you want to raise your hand, if you have any questions for them, we can do that, or we'll wrap it up. Any questions? Oh, yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You to be an effective, like you said, in order to really be effective, I think, especially Mike, you and Carricker, we've learned how to make it obvious for people who don't know football or sports or whatever the case may be, to walk them through.
Your families. Tell me about that, because a big part of that transition is then starting a family. What do you got kids? What? I don't even know your background.
Man,
Mike, are you married, Rashawn? Are you have kids? I know them. I don't talk that much.
Mike,
I
didn't come here to talk about my family.
Yeah, all right.
Titus,
Titus, tell us about you guys. You have five kids.
You got questions out here. A little Titus is out there asking a
Oh,
question.
you got a question?
Yeah.
Oh, my baby girl. Uh-oh.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, baby.
What pushed you to want to play football?
What pushed you to want to play football?
That's a great question.
Was it your dad?
You know what? That's a great question. I feel like the kids might know or not, but I think my older brother Jerry pushed me to play football because, as some of y'all know, well, I might not know. Sorry, it's my family, but I didn't play football officially. I'm gonna go with the officially, but I'm not gonna take away from some of the Pop Warner school teams until high school. So I did play
basketball. You were a hooper.
Right. I was basketball. So I did play with the Moors, but I didn't even have a helmet. I just wanted to follow my older brother around. Seriously. And so I didn't play football, but I seen my brother playing football in high school. For real, I didn't even have a helmet. I was just a big kid. I was that kid. I was that kid. So I look back, so I would think those coaches seen something in me, or they just wanted my older brother to play because he was, good in sports, athletic as well. Yeah. But when I got to high school, it was that aha moment. I was like, I'm a big guy, and this is what it's supposed to be. I'm supposed to play football. Yeah. And that's where, kind of got me to playing.
Right. Tell us about your family.
Oh, my family, my wife, I met her in college. How they say I made my next move, my best move. Yeah. And, and we've been together ever since, been together for 20 years. And then I have Titus the second. That's the oldest. And I have Trayson. I got Tucker. Then my baby girl Marley, and then the caboose Tobias, my guy running. Then and then we got 2 bonus babies. Some of their friends, I'm glad they came out. We got JJ and Said. So I'm definitely, that's the biggest thing for the family is everything. So
tell us about the Character Clan.
Hold on, you don't have a harder question you want to ask your dad? Nothing harder?
How come you didn't give us the candy from Halloween?
Yeah, what the heck? Oh yeah, I met my wife actually. My brother-in-law, Jeff McBride, was a walk-on defensive end at Nebraska, 2 years older than me. Long story short, we were friends, so I met my wife, Angie, through him. And we have 6 kids now. Jacob is 16, and then we got, 14, 13, 2 10-year-old twins, and Jordan is the youngest at 8 years old.
Hey, I'll give you this.
Okay.
I'll give you this.
Okay.
I'll give my age again. I got 5 grandkids. Bam Bam. Peanut butter, honey. That's what I call them. Anyway. Yeah. Honey, Hot Wheels, and Big Red. So I got 2 grand boys.
That's awesome, dude.
That's awesome. I do.
That's
And,
awesome.
And so I do want to say this too, Mike. Since you brought it up, I was trying to keep family out of this, but since you brought it up, on a serious note, my daughter's mother was the young lady that was murdered in Lincoln by her significant other. I don't know if you guys heard about that. So, you talk about family. It's for me, family is everything. And so you want to keep it close and protect it. And so I understand. It's kind of, and it's my daughter who was raised up, believe it or not, at the training table. Damon, she knows everybody back then in the 90s. Yeah. But it was her mother. She went to Nebraska. She was a Husker hostess. And, she's married, 8 years, 5 kids. It's tough to lose your mother in that way.
Well, I bet. I can't imagine, actually. Rashawn, tell people where they can listen to you.
Actually, right now, you can listen to me. Go to my Facebook, Rashawn Jackson, and catch me on Facebook. I blew my Achilles out. You didn't know this, but I blew my Achilles out. And so I wanted to take time to let my Achilles heal, go to rehab, do those types of things like that. But we own a restaurant, Jackson's Fair Deal Cafe, right down here on 24th. Yeah. Y'all get down there. Yeah. Now, if you see a guy that looks like me and be like, hey, you was giving a talk, it's not me. It's my twin brother. And I'll also own, if you're looking for your first car, used car, your baby's car, your baby mama car, your baby daddy car, a good work car, work truck. I own a used car dealership. JFA Internet Auto, 531-233-7730. Businessman.
Adam, where can we find Character Chronicles?
Yeah, you can find the Character Chronicles. We got a website, characterchronicles.com. You can also go to YouTube, simply type in Character Chronicles. I'm on the social medias as well. And we're going to be bringing back, if you know anybody who wants to go to youth football camp, K through 8, boys through girls football camp this summer in July. The Character Chronicles football camp will be back again for year 2.
I got a bone to pick with you about that. Why wouldn't I coach? You didn't ask me to be a coach.
You're getting too many arguments with people.
Oh! See, now the truth come out.
Titus, what you got going on?
Hey, hopefully I can get on these guys' shows.
Anytime.
Then the last thing for me, I think I speak for myself and hopefully others. The dream, if you have a dream, I think we have to wake it up and start living it. Don't just let the dream be in your sleep. And if you have doubt, like me, like you may hear from me, stop it. No more doubt. Don't doubt yourself. And then believe in yourself and know that you're good enough to be in the space that you're in. Somebody needs to hear what you said. And then move forward and go from there and live the dream.
Rashawn Jackson, Titus Adams, Adam Carricker, thank you guys very much.
All right, all right. All right, let's give another round of applause for that last panel. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break, and the next panel will start at 5:15.
Test. Holy moly. I like it. How's everybody doing? Let's go to Parlor Awards, first annual 2025. I am so excited to be here. Thank you all for coming out. We've got a panel for the ages that's about to get up here on the stage. So if you're hearing this in the front, come to the back. The reason why people are in the front is pretty obvious. We have some incredible fall off the bone barbecue up front that's going to be available right after this. So don't leave after this panel is done. Enjoy some hot barbecue from Super Dad's Barbecue and Catering. Cam is one of the best pit masters, I would say, in the city of Omaha. To get that kind of flavor, a lot of times, you got to go to Kansas City or something to get that kind of flavor. So make sure you at least get one of them. If you're not a big heavy eater, take a little light snack. All right. So kind of the program from here. So how this is going to go, we're going to do a panel. There'll be a panel discussion, and then immediately after, we're basically going to kick everybody out of here. We're going to be really nice about it, right? Because it's barbecue, so it's fine. Everyone will go in the front. If you want to leave, we'll have a frowny face, but you can go ahead and leave. But during that time, we're going to convert this over to the awards gala, which will happen at 8 o'clock. So we would love it if all of you stay. People are going to get awards, like really expensive high fives. People are going to get awards and recognition for their contribution to the creative community. So we encourage everyone to stay. In terms of the other space, you can stay there as long as you want. So if you want to stay from 6 to 8, you can do that. Hang out, eat food, network, whatever. All right, cool. Everybody cool? Cool with that? All right. All right, I see some people coming in. Thank you, guys. What's up, Jeff? What's up, brother? So let's go ahead and get started with this panel. Try to stay as close on track as possible. Who's ready to hear from some real content creators? Who's ready? Let me get a round of applause. All right, coming to the stage first. Coming to the stage first is a very bright individual, pun intended. Sometimes shiny, sometimes burgundy and gold, sometimes. Super duper talented photographer, networker, event space creator herself. Give a round of applause for Ariel Panowicz. If you want to know a little bit about Ariel, you're going to have to wait because she's going to introduce herself. I'm all about cliffhangers. Coming up next is a very muscular individual. Very, very, very articulate, very smart individual. You see how I'm keeping them? They don't know which one it is. I'll go ahead and give it away here. Wearing bright blue. Budget to Success. Founder and CEO, Nika Johnson. I used to say Jackson. Nika Johnson. Give her a round of applause. Thank you so much for being flexible. Up next, coming to the stage is a this person is actually really muscular. Boxing legends, content creator, influencer, Instagrammer, Bud Crawford, outfit maker, Steven So Cold. Let's just call him So Cold. The boy is so cold. Knocking people out. Don't knock me out, man. Don't knock me out. It's a little cold in here, so he got his jacket on. It must really be so cold. Up next is a person who has the same first name and last name, and has done incredible work all over the city, who shares a beautiful bald head with me. Coming to the stage, Mr. Whitey White. Give him a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Up next is an extremely smart individual who's surprisingly way more talented than people give her credit for. Photographer, model, designer, creative, um, Latina. I got you. Latina, Ingrid Najera. Hopefully I said it close enough. Soy un principiante en español. So sometimes I mess up my pronunciation. I just said I'm a beginner in Spanish. Um, oh, this next individual is almost as handsome as I am. My business partner, Teddy Young. Come on up, brother. Come on up. Teddy Young. He's a sharp individual. I get a lot of my fashion inspiration from Teddy. Thanks for doing this panel with me, brother. Yeah. Yeah. Let's avoid any more suspense. I know she's been waiting. She probably designed everything in here anyway, so Sharon Manhart, come on up. Did you design everything in here? You designed something in here. Out front, yeah. So we'll start off. Yeah, we'll we'll start off with introductions here as we kick this panel off. This you guys, this is what creativity looks like. Okay, this is what it looks like. It's diverse. It's different ages, different backgrounds, and it's creative expression. Creative expression, right? Um, so as we kick this off, let's just go around the panel. Just your name, and it's a big panel, so let's keep it fairly brief. But your name and what you do, and how can people follow you on social media? Let's start with Ingrid.
Okay. Okay. Hi, my name is Ingrid Najera, and I'm a designer. I do fashion content, and as Miss Ingrid Najera.
Hi there. I'm Waddy White. I'm an artist, painter, printmaker, public artist. You can find me on any social media platform just as Waddy White, or just Google that name. It'll give you about.
So cool. So you can find me on Instagram, Stephen Nelson Boxing, Facebook, Stephen Soko Nelson.
Hey everybody, I am Mika Johnson, and I help people with their finances and have the uncomfortable conversations surrounding money. And you can follow me on every social media platform, Budget to Success. That too is TO. I'm primarily on Instagram.
Hi, my name's Ariel Panowitz. I'm a photographer. It's my girl in the front row. I'm a photographer and a creative director, and I also own a creative studio and event space called Luli Creative House.
Welcome.
My name is Sharon Manhart, and I own Arbor Street Studios, and we do hand-painted signs and murals all around town and the region. We are mostly on Instagram, but you'll probably see there's a lot more cats and dirt bikes than there is artwork. So, but there's some there.
And she's far more dressed up than you'll typically find in her pictures. She tends to be covered in paint. So let's go around and just get a little sense of how you got into what you do. Can you talk about, maybe we'll start this way and go the opposite. How did you get your first client? Like, how did you get started in business and say, oh, okay, this is something I can do either to get money or to like market myself and build a social media following?
I started painting signs about 30 years ago because I'm almost 50, so that was started in high school. As far as my first clients back then, that was basically just doing the artwork and getting it out there. I was fascinated with skateboard artwork and graphics and that kind of design back then. So that was just something I was drawn to, is the imagery. And so I started replicating it and started doing work for my friends. And that's kind of how the first projects came. But getting it out there.
It's tough. Great answer. 10 out of 10. I went to college at the Art Institute in Denver, and I lived in LA for a little bit afterwards, and I came back to Omaha, not ever thinking that I would stay. And that was 17 years ago. So I started building my business here. Honestly, it started just as a side gigs. Thank you, baby. Thank you. I love you, babe. It started as, I just started shooting while I was working other full-time jobs. And it basically just got to a point where I felt like I was shooting as much as I was working full-time. And so I had, to make a decision based off of where I wanted to head with my business, with my career. If I wanted to stay, I was the creative director for a company. I had a choice. I could make the leap and try and do my business full time and put all the energy that I was putting into my other full-time job into that. And so I decided to take the leap, and I did it. So that's kind of how the business started. There were a couple other things in between that, but it's a high level answer.
I have over 15 years in the financial sector. So I grew up in the hood. I made a way out of no way. I hit the highest credit score that you can have, which is an 850. So I have always been in the financial sector, and I used to always help friends and family with their finances. And I would never really tell people in the public because my biggest thing is time. You can't get time back. And so I don't play about my time. One day I just started making a post about my journey of getting out of debt, consolidating my debt, paying off my vehicle, paying off student loans. And I purchased my first house at the age of 24. And built a 7-figure real estate portfolio to date. And so it really just honestly captivated audience attention. In the middle of COVID, I decided to fire my boss, and I have not looked back. I've been self-employed for 5 years, no handouts, no PP loans or anything like that. Go ahead. Yep. But no, one thing with that is I'm just grateful. It's just really a lot of my business came from word of mouth. And my biggest thing was, how do I replace my income? How much was I making an hour? And I had my monthly expenses was very minimum, and I just replace that. And so now what people make in a year, I can make in a day. So I'm thankful, and I don't have to worry about an annual raise or anything like that. I give myself a raise whenever I want to. So yes.
What I make in a year, she makes in a day. Duly noted.
For me, I'm an artist of life. I feel like everything in life is centered around art, whether it's visual arts, performing arts, music, carpentry, sports. So, and I feel like anything another man can do, I can do. I just got to figure it out. It's an art to everything. You just got to figure it out. So that's how I really got into it. There's always see things that I'm interested in, and I move forward and be like, you know what? I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna figure it out. So that's my journey. Get into everything I do.
Awesome.
So how to get started? Because as an artist, the trajectory is very different than other people. It's very much exactly that, kind of what you're saying, because it's all encompassing, and it becomes a very thin membrane between your art life and your real life. So there was never a client or an action or a sale or a grant or an award that sent me on this trajectory. It was kind of all in the wiring. That I've been making things that were creative all my life, and there was times when I became more focused on it, and that was more about that there was an element of support a spouse who was encouraging me to do this, encouraging me to quit a job that I didn't want in order to see what happened if I tried to do it. And then the part of the job becomes figuring out how you keep doing it. And then for most artists, it's about a 10 to 15 year trajectory before they understand how exactly they have built a practice built around their own beliefs and understanding and most genuine version of themselves. And at that point, you find a way of sustainability that means you're putting together several things, including however you're communicating the work that you're making out to other people.
Very interesting. Ingrid, what was your moment?
My first client.
Yeah.
So after the pandemic, during the pandemic, I immediately got laid off of my design job. So I started just finding clients. The Hispanic community is kind of small and there's not a lot of people that design. So I was able to book one client and then slowly book another, and it just rippled off of that. I'm very grateful for the people who believed in me first off, because once you establish a name, it's really easy to get clients, but those first couple of clients, they have to see the vision before it's actually there. So yeah, that's how I got started.
Very cool. Thank you all for sharing that. I think there's kind of a underlying theme between all of them, and it's, obviously courage, but then also here initiative. There was a moment when you had to take that first step, right? So you had to take initiative. And that's part of the theme today is initiative. Don't wait for somebody else to tell you you're creative, to tell you you're good at what you do. Just take the first step.
Right. And then, so everybody up here has had a certain level of success, right? Everybody would consider you all successful. And with, social media, a lot of the times people just see the end result, right? But they don't see the progress and the journey. They just see the result and they're like, I want that, but they have no idea what you went through to get there. So how did you stay consistent before you started seeing the results, right? And y'all can answer either way.
It's the iceberg effect. That's what I was saying. Like, people don't see everything under the water. They see the top part of it. But for me, it has always been just having my own vision. And I always tell people, when you do something you love, the results don't matter. Because you're just enjoying your life. You're enjoying what you're doing. And the results is a reward of that. You're like, oh, okay, I'm getting paid for this now. Oh, okay, cool. So staying consistent is finding love in whatever you do.
I would say we all start from zero. So I grew my Instagram page over 114,000 followers all organically. And you're going to start from zero, a white canvas, And so one thing I would say is consistency and discipline. And you never know what is going to go viral. I've been viral several times, and it's just like, just post the content and fall in love with consistency, but also show up for yourself and be vulnerable and transparent. There's times I've cried. There's times that I've showed the good, the bad, the indifferent. And that's what allows me to stay paid, is because people see, okay, even during depression, she could show up. No matter what, during grief, she could show up, and it inspires other people. One thing is, people is tired of the instant gratification, the overnight success. They want the real, the raw. Can they connect? Can they relate? And are you relatable? And so within that allows me to be able to build a community and have an impact and influence for people to make those decisions. So just continuously show the good, the bad, and it will pay off.
I think staying true to yourself and really having tunnel vision with your vision is really important. I think that believing in yourself is the most important thing. Even though it's really hard a lot of the time, if you don't believe in yourself, then it's going to be really hard to convince other people to believe in you. So I think especially in, the pretty saturated world that we live in, you just really have to have tunnel vision with your own vision, and believe and remember that nobody is you. And so even if there's always going to be something else that is similar to what you're trying to build, but nobody else is you. So just keep that in mind when you are building whatever you are, and just really try and stay true to your, stay true to yourself.
Yeah, that kind of speaks to the imposter syndrome that Charles drew in some of the other conversations earlier of we fall into that trap of thinking we're not good enough or thinking that we're not professional, especially as African American like myself. Professional is this, but there is no professional that's made up. Like your art is valid no matter what it is, it's still valid. Good point.
I just wanted to say I don't really. I feel weird being on the panel talking about content creation because I actually don't care for social media at all. I think it's extremely toxic to our mental health. In my situation, I don't have that many followers, but we have an incredibly successful business. And what's more important to me that keeps my business going, because it's a, excuse my French, effing roller coaster. Like exactly what these girls have been saying is that I've had about 15 years of self-employment that have been successful to some degree, and then you go through personal things, but that's all been self-employment, no boss at all. But Ariel and I have been talking about this past year has been insane as far as the economy goes, and with election years, there's always going to be a dip in people wanting to spend money. There's been a lot of issues with that. I think it's 1,000 times more important to have real life human beings that you can talk to, because what we put on social media is filtered. That's exactly what it is. So it's not just about telling all sides of the story. It's about having actual real life humans that you can get coffee with and give a hug and say, I don't know what to do about my marriage or my children or my business, and we're going to lose our shop, and we're trying to build a shop, and we just had our pipes burst. Like those are real things that are so much more important than the vision that we have online. So I guess I'm kind of I don't know. I don't necessarily fit in with that idea of the content, but what we do is very visual. We paint murals and signs. So posting pictures of it is valuable towards getting more business, but the real people are exponentially more important.
I would think that's a little bit
however
that's going. I would think that's a little bit similar to that, because in my practice as well, I use social media quite a bit, but the purpose of it is not really based in the social media or in the feedback that I'm going to be getting. In the case of visual arts, where I live, the overall process is very simple. That you kind of imagine a wheel, and that at the top of it, you are making the best thing you can, and then in order to do right by that work, you show it to as many people as you are able. You share that work. You communicate that work. Out of that communication, be that whatever, online or in real life or however else you do it. And then you allow those people that are moved by the work, that share it with you, to support in what ways that they can. Be that financial, be that by showing up, be that by clicks, or whatever the lowest of the hanging fruit is. And then you take whatever they give you and you put that right into the making better work and kind of continuing the cycle. And in my case, the role that social media plays is me trying to give away what I can of my process, of my work, of my day or my life in the studio, so that I'm able to show things that certainly aren't polished, certainly aren't professional, but are real, are me just looking at a thing and trying to say something funny in like 2 lines before, and turning up the music that I'm playing really loud so everyone can hear what I listen to. Yeah.
I love the points that I'm hearing. Did you guys know that 97% of all businesses are small businesses? Did everybody know that? So if this economy, if this country is going to work, we have to invest in small businesses, and we have to understand. Yeah, give a round of applause for that. These mom and pop stores, the Latino community, these startups, these individual or contractor based, this is 97% of the economy. So these are the people that are doing the work, you know. So I hear a lot of themes there. And then also with that, I think we have to stay connected, right? We have to understand that being creative is a superpower. It frees you up from having to work a desk job and click a bunch of buttons. So we have to stay connected and continue to support that.
But don't think as a creative there isn't lots of desk work to be
Touche.
done.
Oh yeah,
Don't forget
touche.
that.
So moving on to the next question here, Teddy is looking at the beautiful people we have on the panel today. No, I'm just joking. What's I got one laugh. There we go. What's one lesson that you would give the audience as a creative to be, I would say, their version of successful? Because Wadi, you talked about how it's not necessarily this one specific thing. It's whatever makes you happy. So what's one piece of advice that you can give to the creatives and those aspiring to start a business out there or grow it? What's one piece of advice?
To start, okay, really, the piece of advice to start a business is exactly what you said, Stephen. It is, what is it that you want to do so bad that the doing of it is the reward that you would do all this other obnoxious shit to do? That you would show up, you're going to work late, you're interested in every bit of it, you're fasting to buy it, it wakes you up in the morning, it is the last thoughts you have before you go to bed. If you have something that does that for you, then you are supposed to be doing that. And the responsibility of being an artist sort of starts even one step previous. It's that you have to live the most genuine and liberated life of which you are capable, and to make your work as direct a reflection of that as you can. And that's fully it. And so if you are able to fully accept what you are, who you are, what you love, what moves you, what your ethics are, then that making things that are a reflection of that is what you are supposed to be doing.
Stephen, it looked like you're going to say something.
Yeah. Well, it's the same advice. Can you hear me? Oh, here we go. It's the same advice I give teenagers and young adults that I coach at the gym. And they come to me and ask me, hey, what do you think about me doing this as a job? I'm like, do you love it? Would you do it for free? Put it like that. Like, you'll see a bunch of, I call them zombies, people working jobs and chasing careers that when they seen it, they seen dollar signs.
Yeah.
Like, oh, a truck driver. And they're driving trucks all day. Do you like driving though? You know, and they're like, man, I'm so tired. I'm bored. I'm like, you don't love what you're doing.
It's so crazy you say that, because I
passionate.
went for my CDL before I got into this stuff.
Yeah,
I'm literally that person.
People chase the dollar.
Trying to be safe.
I have friends that, you know, I grew up with, and they first thing they did when they turned 19, 20 is go get a job that paid them good money, but now they hate it. And they're like, man, I wish I was you. Well, you was me back when we was 18, and I chose to go this route, and you chased the dollar. You know, I comprise my life of everything I do. Somebody asked me, what do you do for fun? I live my life. You know, I get up every day. I get to choose what I want to do every day. That day, I'm like, you know what? I want to paint today. Go paint. Oh, I want to build something today. Go build. You know, or I want to go train. I go do it because everything I do, I love.
Yeah, go ahead. Good. Ingrid, you're about to say something?
Yeah, I just I think the same thing that you guys are saying is just find something that you really love and that you would do for free, and just expose it as much as you can. Just kind of, you know, you're gonna have your ups and downs regardless of what you decide to do, but just keep your vision on what you want to do and just keep trying. You're gonna fail a few times and you're gonna have to get back up and try again.
Because you look around us, everything around us is money. You know, there's companies that make millions of dollars off of paper clips. You know, so everything you see around here is made by someone. They're making money off of it.
I would just say too, if there's any, are there any musical people in the house? Anybody that does music? A show of hands. Okay, there's a couple in here. All right. I was just gonna say too, because about 15 years ago, I started to draw this conclusion that uh, people in the music industry are slipping. If you know that slang, it's like you're missing the opportunity. Give your music away. At least you don't have to give away all of it, but that song that you're really proud of, play it. Get people to hear it, because the way the music industry is evolving, the way that you make money is not off of the music anyway. It's off of creating a story around your music and then getting people to come to shows and sell merchandise and things like that. So having an abundance mindset and giving away your, shout out Jewel Rogers, sheesh man, I can't imagine how many poems she wrote before she became the Nebraska state poet. Oh my goodness. So she just loved to do it, and she did it so well, and she worked on her craft that now she's getting to a point where doors are opening that she doesn't have to open herself. So yeah, pass that way.
I just wanted to say, let me see if I can gather this. I think one of the number one things that's really dangerous in this time right now, or keeps things from moving forward, is when people gatekeep what their experiences are and their successes and failures. I think the number one thing you can do, whether you're experienced or older or had more engagement, whatever field you're getting into, is share that with younger people or people that are trying to get into that. I mean, maybe they're 50 and they're just getting into what you're doing right now. But this world is so focused on instant gratification. There is no quick way to do it. There's no quick way to do it. I was drawing constantly in kindergarten. This started a long time ago. And when people are 18 years old and they're like, I want to be a full-time sign painter, I want to do that too. How'd you do it? And it's like, well, I just spent the past 30 years doing it. And yeah, I'm successful now, but I've been doing it twice as long as you've been alive. So I think it's very, very important that if somebody sees or likes one of your pictures or says, I love what you're doing, can you tell me how you got into it or how you do it? And it's like, all right, let's sit down. Do you really want to talk about it? Let's talk about how much supplies you need to buy before you start doing this. Let's talk about the deficit it's going to cause in your marriage or your relationships or relationships with your parents. All of those things are so part of it that people don't talk about. And that is, there's a lot you give up to be able to be a creative. And as everybody said, if that's what you want to be doing, you can't imagine not doing it. But there's a lot of kids that are either in high school or young, and they're like, well, this is what I want to do. I just need to make a living at it, and people need to pay me for it.